all the officials of the Department of Education in KZN, led by the accounting officer, my neighbor in the 80s. My neighbor in the 80s. We lived in the same ward, same area, under same administration. We also we are welcoming all the officials, including my former treasurer. My former treasurer, and all of us are welcome from education component. We also want to welcome the officials of the provincial treasury who are connected. Then we are welcoming the the legislature officials who are part of the meeting. We also wanted to welcome my principals, which are the public that voted for me. Never take me for granted, guys. Not less than 50,000 people brought me where I am. So I the special greeting to them and our friends from media. So we wanted to move to the apologies. We received the following apologies from Honorable Governor, Honorable P. Zulu, and Honorable Sonjika. They are all virtual. Would want to indicate to those who did not know that there is a serious bereavement that befell the Sonjika family. And that's why then he's connected so that he will go and then sort out a number of things. With Sizolana now and Sonisho Sonjika. We also received an apology from Honorable Rajbansi, who is outside the country. These are the apologies that we received. So we're moving with the constitution of the meeting. The meeting of the Finance Portfolio Committee is constituted according to the rules, and there is a quorum for us. So we wanted to move to the fourth item of the agenda, where we always offer the MECs the opportunity to make remarks. So we're handing over to you, Ms. Omkhulu, Honorable Fraser, the newly appointed MEC for Education in KZN.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, honorable members, the colleagues, media, I greet you all. Honorable Chair, the Department of Education has been severely affected by budget cuts in many areas, which has called for some serious reprioritization of funds in order to ensure that the education of the children of KwaZulu-Natal is not compromised. Unfortunately, Chair, the number of vacant posts remains a hurdle at all levels of the department. Currently, there are about 365 critical vacancies. The issue of norms and standards to schools, it's also still below the national recommendation. And we need to seriously beef up our efforts to catch up with other provinces. However, Honorable Chair, it is not all doom and gloom. Despite the huge budget cuts experienced by the department, it survived the Audit General scrutiny and received an unqualified audit outcome. The department continues to engage with both Provincial Treasury and National Treasury for assistance to ensure that the learner benefits the most through adequate provision of learning and teaching support material to all our schools. With regards to teaching and learning, although we have recovered from the impact of COVID-19 on the education sector, the challenges are still there with the April and May floods, Honorable Chair. Many schools and communities were severely affected. The department has been really struggling to get things back to normal with the limited resources that we have in our disposal. Still, Honorable Chair, we commit on ensuring that we better the lives of our learners in KZN. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, I was tensing, you know. There are a number of officials in education that I know. No, they kept quiet about the audit outcome. And then I was scared to phone them, suspecting that because they are not phoning me, they might have regressed. I'm quite relieved. Thank you very much, officials of the department, for maintaining the unqualified audit opinion. Thank you very much. So, colleagues who have received the remarks by the MEC, we are now handing over to the head of department and his team to take us through the unaudited closeout. But we have received your presentation. If you could speak to it, we would be very much happy. What we are ready is to pose some questions so that we are clarified on a number of things. To it, we would be very much happy for submitting your report on time so that we had enough time. I read it at 3 o'clock this morning, you know. I'm busy somewhere in the bushes. Then at 3 o'clock, I had to wake up when I was very fresh to go through it. That's why you are ready with your question. So I'm handing over to you, HOD, and your team.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and good morning to honorable members, both here and those that are connecting virtually. Indeed, the honorable members and yourself, Chair, would have received the report some time back. Therefore, our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Lal Ramaran, is going to take us through. He may not necessarily read it word for word because you have it, but he will highlight the main issues that we want the committee to know, and also we will be then ready to respond to any questions of clarity thereafter. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable MEC, and Honorable members and HOD and colleagues. There is a presentation in front of you that I've simplified from the total write-up that we also have given you in detail. It's got a green front page called Budget Performance Vote 5. I just want to check, Chair, if colleagues do have it, so I can go through with them with the presentation. Thank you, Chair. On page 3, I'll start off with the initial budget that was appropriated to the department of 53.184 billion. And then you'll notice that during the course of the year, there were lots of adjustments that took place due to the huge budget cuts that we had and due to the pressures that the department was experiencing. So in that process, also we had the wage agreement that came in during the budget adjustments. So starting with the 53.184 billion, the department had a total increase during the course of the year of 4.4 billion, which was made up mainly of the wage agreement of 1.797 billion, spending pressures of infrastructure of 164 million, and then the Presidential Employment Initiative funding of 1.3 billion was given to the department as part of the equitable share. And Treasury has assisted us with the spending pressures, especially on compensation that we are experiencing, Chair. You'll know that we were experiencing a huge overspend of almost 2.5 billion. And toward the end of the year, we are projecting 1.3 billion. So we were assisted with Treasury with 795 million. And also we received additional funding for the infrastructure grant of 205 million. But this only came on the 23rd or 24th of March, when the year was almost closing, Chair. I purposely say that because I know that I'm going to be questioned later on the underspending of infrastructure and why it became payable and accrual. So therefore, I'm indicating that this 205 million from national came on 7 days before the year ends. And we had the rollover of NSNP of 153 million rands. And once again, I must indicate, Chair, there are questions of why NSNP always underspends during the course of the year. But that's not called underspending. It's actually the March invoices that are paid in April, and we ask for a rollover, and a rollover is given, and that's what's also happened in this financial year. Chair, I'll move straight to slide 5, where we explain the budget and the expenditure per program and the over and under expenditure. And the explanation starts on page 6 with program 1. The expenditure was at 1.99 billion on 98.7% spend. The program has underspent by 27.351 million. Now, Chair, we had to show this underspending and couldn't move it or via it because it was a specially allocated fund for DORA, for the infrastructure employees support system. So in terms of the PFMA, if you do not spend specifically allocated money, you must surrender them. So that is the basis of the underspend. Otherwise, we would have wired that money to another area, especially in program 2. But in terms of the regulations, we did not do that. So the issue of using specially allocated funding for other purposes has not been done in this financial year, Chair. The goods and services was at 99.8%, and we find that the transfers and subsidies was at 100% for program 1. And if you move on, you'll find that on page 7, program 1 also, transfers and subsidies for households was at 100%, where we have had a spend of 39.1% was in machinery and equipment, and this was due to the funding being diverted for tools of trade and the procurement of fleet vehicles. There was also delays in the sourcing and delivery of IT equipment due to the unrest-related incidents which resulted in this underspend. Software and intangible assets was at 0%. In program 2, Honorable Chair, the expenditure was at 47.367 billion, and it was spent by 0.03%, and this was an amount of 630 million. Mainly, Chair, is because of the underfunding of compensation in this program, and this has been indicated to the finance portfolio and all oversight bodies regarding the pressure of the budget cuts. So you'll find that when you look at the economic classification, you'll find that mostly in program 2, the compensation for employees has been overspent by that amount. The goods and services was at 98.4%, and transfers and subsidies, non-profit organization was at 100%, and the transfers and subsidies households was at 151%. And once again, Chair, we have explained previously that staff exits, you can control, you know who's retiring at 65, but in the educator component, you can have people also retiring from the age of 55, 50. HOD is correcting me. So someone just can retire without even we knowing, and then we have to pay off the cap leave, etc. So therefore, this expenditure is really cannot be projected. The machinery and equipment was at 22.9%, and also once again, it relates mostly to the procurement of tools of trade, which we have tried because of the issues in the economy. We could not get the tools of trade, and up till today, we are still in the procurement mode of tools of trade, especially the desktops and laptops, which we require desperately in our department. In program 3, page 10, independent schools, once again, Chair, due to the gazetting of transfers, there was an underspend of 3.971 million for independent schools, and this is mainly due to schools not being compliant at the end of the year, and the underspend relates to 13 schools that did not comply with subsidy requirements. And once again, we did the right thing by returning the money in terms of surrender and did not buy it to any other areas because it was against the PFMA. Once money is gazetted, you cannot transfer them to another program. So in program 4, special schools, the expenditure was at 1.463 billion at 99.8%. And once again, the program has underspent by 3.629 million. And this was especially due to the reasons I will indicate later on, Chair. And also, the compensation of employees was at 100%, the goods and services was at 100%. And in this program, Chair, we also have the grant of LPID. Now, where the underspending also came about was in terms of transfers to schools of 3.6 million. And this, once again, could not be vied because it was gazetted funding. So therefore, you'll see in this financial year, as we did most probably in the past financial year, we used some of the money and vied it to other areas of pressure. But in this financial year, I've indicated to the team, do not move any specifically classified money. Let's return it to Treasury and maybe ask for a rollover instead. Program 5, the expenditure was at 1.363 billion, and the program has overspent by 34.641 million. The compensation was at 102.9%. And once again, the overspend on compensation relates to the pressure from the unfunded wage agreement. Now, Chair, once again, you'll find that the transfers and subsidies was at 99.2%, and transfers to subsidies was at 100% for households. In terms of program 6, infrastructure, the expenditure was at 2.733 billion at 95.8%. Now here the program was underspent by 121 million. But I must indicate, Chair, that this 121 million has been declared in accruals and payables for that program in terms of infrastructure. And once again, I did indicate that this was as a result of receiving 205 million rands right towards the end of the financial year, where we had to quickly look for and find and verify invoices. But we did not successfully capture it on BAS as an expenditure, and therefore it had to be shown as an underspend in terms of the program. Now, going on to program 7, which is exams and other related areas, the expenditure was at 3.021 billion and 96.5%. The program was underspent by 110.896 million. And Chair, this was mainly to the PYEI, that is the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative Phase 2, where we could not place almost 2,000 youth due to the delays in the recruitment process by the districts. So you'll find that the savings was also due to the training, where training supposed to be have done to all the 62,000 youth, but the SEM processes had to be fully complied with before we utilize the money. And due to the SEM processes not being complied with, the money was not spent and therefore had to be surrendered back to the fiscus as equitable share. Now, Chair, also we find that in this program, we also have other areas, other spendings. The departmental agency and accounts was at 100%, that is was for the CETA training services, transfers of subsidies for households was 100%, and the non-profit institution was at 100%. Once again, the machinery and equipment was lower at 68%, and it relates to payment of accrual of tools of trade purchased under the sub-program Professional Services and External Exams. Chair, in terms of slide 16, I won't go into the detail of the economic classifications. You will have that with you. As we say, the overall compensation of employees was at 48.814 billion, and it was overspent at the amount of, as I indicated previously, in total the 1.3%. The goods and services was spent at 4.825 billion at 97.5%, and I will then continuously jump to slide 20, where we like to report the trend of expenditure on employees. Now, if you look at that table, Chair, and slide 21, you find that the post approved for the department was 107,433. And that is, as I've always indicated, Chair, 90,057 were for educators, 2,239 were specialists, and 15,137 were for public service employees. Specialists, including psychologists, education therapists, and specialist subject advisors. Now, to this, we have added or have paid on PESEL a further 40,333 posts, and these were for interns, EPWP grants, NSNP, food handlers, periodic payments, ECD practitioners, COVID-19 screeners, and school safety. So a further 64,117 posts relates to PYEI. So I'm just explaining the number of staff that the department has to really control and have, and make sure that the sufficient funding for it. And we find that when it comes to the revised post in terms of the affordability, the department could only afford 87,676 educators, 1,142 specialists, and public servants 12,502, and our establishment could only be now decreased by almost 6,000 to 101,319. And that is Honorable Rogers. It's fine. Can I continue? Oh, I thought it was you. You. Oh, okay. Okay, all right. I was trying to explain the table on page 20, and you'll see, Honorable Chair, especially on the educators, you know, we employed 87,407 in April, but you'll notice as we reached October, we reached our peak of 88,122 because we were underfunded and we couldn't employ any further. And we ended up in March with 85,554. And that is the reality of the decrease of educators from 90,000 to 85,000. That was on page 20. I just explained the first line on educators. So we find that in reality, the calculation of the current compensation of employees resulted in 6,114 posts, costing almost 2.345 billion, was unaffordable in 21-22. And I shouldn't be saying this now, but unfortunately, we'll be carrying and limping this kind of situation in the current financial year because there has been no additional funding. So we have to find another turnaround strategy in order to make sure that these posts are not filled, and we need to find a way of how to continue with the service delivery for this financial year. Chair, I must indicate that these numbers do not also reflect the impact of the unfunded 1.5% wage adjustment that was payable with effect from 1st July 2021. In terms of conditional grants, Chair, on page slide 22, I must indicate that the conditional grants, all of them were spent at 100%, except NSNP. NSNP, the March invoices related to 53.914 million, and the department has asked for a rollover. Currently, it received 41 million in writing by Treasury, by National Treasury, and in discussions with National Treasury, the difference of 12 million is going to be given to us after the go through the final adjustments, because there was some issue around the compensation of employees. So they regarded the first cut that it was an overspend on compensation of employees in NSNP, but it was not. And the department proved to National Treasury that it was not compensation of NSNP that was really overspent after we have done the journal entries in that area. Now, Chair, in terms of exclusive and specific funding, we find that this is where the issue of not spending the money in other areas, but rather returning the money where it wasn't spent. In terms of Program 1, the improving of infrastructure support, the total expenditure there was 52.1%, and we find that the difference was returned to Treasury. In terms of the OSS responsibility in terms of spending money by the executive for OSS, we found that we only could spend 957 and the rest was returned to Treasury. And then in terms of the sanitary dignity project, it was fully spent. In terms of infrastructure, where we had additional 164 million rands, it was fully spent. The issue around the Presidential Youth Initiative, where we received 1.338 billion. This is where the department underspent of 130.5 million. So, Chair, that is the exclusive and specific funding. We find that in terms of the irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, including unauthorized on page 26, the irregular expenditure at that time, where we did not complete the full audit, was 19.4 million as disclosed in the annual financial statements, but with a few adjustments, I must indicate, Chair, it is now 20.28 million. It will be in the final annual report in terms of the adjustments being made while we were dealing with the AG. In terms of fruitless and wasteful expenditure, it was 446,000, and this is mainly due to the interest being paid on domestic accounts to the municipalities. The unauthorized expenditure, if you calculate the unauthorized expenditure on the per program, it's 719 million, Chair, for the financial year 21-22. And the majority of this relates to compensation but due to the budget cuts, unfunded wage agreements. Chair, I will stop there in terms of the summary of the presentation. I don't know if any other clarity or I need to clarify any other slides. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, CFO. Very clear explanation of the under and the over expenditures. So we are now handing over to the honorable members to pose questions if they have got any questions. I see the hand of CQ Madlopa, number 1, will be followed by Honorable Rogers, number 2, Honorable de Klerk, number 3, Honorable Zulu, number 4, Honorable Hika, number 5. I want to check those who are individual, or Honorable Governor, number 6. In that order, please, honorable members.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Greetings to Honorable MEC, and we wish to congratulate the MEC for the new position that she is now occupying. All the best. We know that you are a hard worker and you'll make it together with your team. Honorable Chair, I want to check here. The department has, in the presentation, there is an indication of the over expenditure of about 398 million, which is a grave concern, Honorable Chair, because it contravenes the directive that the Provincial Executive Council has taken, that all the departments must remain within the budget. What I would want to check, what plans the department is employing to prevent this to happen in future, because it's a grave concern that when the decision or the directive is taken and the department, it's like not really trying to prevent and also stick to the resolution of the Provincial Executive Council. Secondly, Honorable Chair, the concern of this over expenditure also goes down to the issue of the request that they put through for the rollover of 353 million, which was unspent against the equitable share.
And also, one has read here on I'm colorblind, it's a gray book, where it's indicating that this rollover was denied. It was denied because of the over expenditure that has occurred of 398,380 million. What I want to check, Honorable Chair, what implication does this have on the over expenditure and refusal to roll over on this equitable share that was there? What will be the implication? Because we know that 92 equitable share was going to be spent somewhere. So if they can share with us what will be the implication about this refusal due to the over expenditure. The third one, Chair, is around the issue of the conditional grant. I can see here when the presentation is done, it's like there is no problem. The conditional grant was spent 100%, 100%. But when you go deeper, it indicates that the conditional grant is being used to offset the pressures within the department, of which is contrary to the PFMA. It is called conditional grant because you must not use it anywhere except on the issue it is directed to, or the program is directed to. But if it is now being used on the other, pressures of the department, to offset the pressures of the department, I think it's a grave concern, Honorable Chair. It goes together with the under expenditure. We have been looking at the under expenditure because if you underspend, the service delivery is being affected. You are given the budget, but you underspend the budget. We can see here on the 138,267 under expenditure of the PYEI, as well as the NSNP grant, which is 53 million that was underspent. And this under expenditure, Honorable Chair, using the funds for different purposes is the breach of the PFMA as well as the Treasury regulations. I think the accounting officer understands exactly that he or she becomes responsible for that because it is a breach of the act that you do under expenditure or over expenditure. And it's worse when you take the conditional grant, because the conditional grant assists also in the EPWP and also on the project that will really come up with the service delivery to our communities. So, Honorable Chair, these are my questions and it's a grave concern. But we understand because when the MEC was opening, she indicated that they are having pressures or constraint of the budget. But to the accounting officer, we appeal that they must not breach the law, because they know exactly, and the accounting officer knows that when they breach the law, he or she is responsible for that. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Let me also formally congratulate the new MEC and wish her well in her job. Chair, I'm going to take a slightly different approach. And my comment's going to be that some of us saw this coming. We realized this was going to happen, but some of us never realized this was going to happen. You cannot have a department like this that has a budget cut of 6.6 billion rand and expect things to pan out. You know, if you want to throw a department under the bus, this is exactly what we're doing, is we're throwing a department like this under the bus. If you in fact look at the additional funding they got 4 billion additional funding. There's still a 2 billion rand deficit there. And we expect a department like education to actually spend within its allocation. So this is bigger than just a departmental issue. I think, and this is why I keep saying, Chair, and I'm going to repeat it ad nauseum, the time for this province has come for us to start a process of zero-based budgeting. Having said that, I'm certainly not saying there are not problems in the department, and I'll raise those problems. So, for example, you know, if Treasury gives an infrastructure grant in the last month of the financial year without checking with the department whether they can in fact spend it, should we be holding the department responsible, or should we be asking Treasury what's going on? And I'm referring to the 205 million, that if I understood the CFO correctly, that was only allocated in March. Then just a question on the NSNP and the infrastructure. Okay, the grant, you can't do that. But on the NSNP, you say it's March invoices and is due and payable in April. Why would that not become an accrual within your budget? If it's invoiced in March, why is it not reflected as an accrual? Unless I'm misunderstanding the situation. Chair, then I want to talk a little bit about, and perhaps I'm having a go at Treasury today, but this famous cash blocking, and I can see the CFO's wincing there. So if I look at the entire situation, and obviously what it appears has happened is that you've used some of your conditional grant funding to be able to supplement your overall operational budget. Now, if that's the case, and I go back to the severe budget cuts that National Treasury put in here, did at any stage, was this ever discussed with Treasury? Were Treasury brought on board to say, listen, we're not going to make it, and therefore we've got to look at an alternate? Now, again, the reason I ask that, Chair, is this committee took a resolution 2 years ago that departments would submit cash flow projections to committees on a monthly basis. And if in fact that was done, and the committee and Treasury were in fact on top of their game, we wouldn't be in this situation. We would be able to look at the situation, determine what's happening now is reactive. It's not proactive. And if you want to maintain a correct cash flow and operate within your budgets, then we need to do oversight of that as finance, the portfolio committee, and so does Treasury. Because what's going to happen now, in my understanding, this situation is going to be compounded. This department is in all likelihood going to face a first charge, which is going to compound your financial situation going forward, and we're never going to get out of this mess. So I'm perhaps giving more of a speech than questions, Chair, but I think we've got to be awake to in fact what the problem is. Then obviously the other concern that still haunts this department is your staff debts. I was hoping that would be brought under control. It seemed to be much better in the last financial year, but it seems to be coming back to haunt us. And then just lastly, my question on your revenue generation. In your unaudited, in your management accounts, your revenues reflected at 158 million, but your annual financial statements, the unaudited one, reflects 171 million. So there's quite a big difference there. If I could just be given some clarity on that. Thank you, Chair.
So, for whom's sake, will that open the heater? No, some of us, when extremely cold, we hatch to meet. You can hear me coughing throughout now. I just wanted to find out there is a new die of the heat. That's warm home. And it's very much uncomfortable for me. And I'm hearing others joining me in off and not off before. Yeah, about the phone. Okay. Colleagues, the next one is Honorable
Asisezwa lutho.
A lot of what I wanted to ask has been covered, but maybe one aspect that I want to clarify, I'm not sure about it. This report, the Unaudited Closeout Budget Performance Report 21-22, that everybody refers to as grey, green or whatever. Does the department, do they have this before they come to these hearings? Because if we look at the presentation, it doesn't speak to the matters for discussion. And isn't the matters for discussion what we are really here for? If this just repeats the numbers but doesn't speak to the challenges and the difficulties, it's not really meaningful. Now, the honourable members has already gone through most of the matters of discussion, referring to the grave concerns with over expenditure and the issues regarding the conditional grants and so on. And then there's several other bullet points. So my question is just this: why don't you take note of the matters for discussion as in this report and deal with those? Because that is what Treasury wants to hear. That is what we want to hear. We've read the report, so basically the numbers is basically the same. So to be efficient and effective, please read this report, read what we want to know, and answer us in that manner. Thank you, Chair.
No, thanks, Chair. Let me firstly congratulate the department while also congratulating the new MEC. I think MEC, you have just come to a department where they have just performed very well in terms of financial expenditure. We congratulate you with the hope that also you will carry the baton where the previous MEC has left. But I've just one concern, Chairperson. My very concern is with Treasury, especially when you look at the allocation of funds to Department of Education. I think that they are unfair in terms of allocating funds for education, especially when you look to the employees, especially educators. You see, when you look to the discrepancy in terms of, with regard to educators that are supposed to be in class, but they're nowhere. It's not, I think it would be unfair for us maybe to accuse the department. Hence, it's Treasury who is not allocating enough funds so that the department can perform well and we'll have an educator using the same teacher-learner class ratio, which is correct. Now, sometimes we'll always be blaming the wrong horse that has not hit the line.
Honorable Chair, I'm so sorry. The people on the visual, they said they are hearing nothing. Somebody have just sent me the message.
It's audible right now, Honorable Madlopa.
Yes. The second one, Chair, maybe is the issue of the underspending of 150 million to infrastructure. But of course, we understand that sometimes it's because of the invoices that are delayed which causes the department. Therefore, these are things that we cannot, of course, do it for ourselves, and the department cannot do it. But of course, it shows that the department is doing well in terms of expenditure. Infrastructure has been the problem throughout the province. But if they've spent more than 95%, it shows the department is serious about infrastructure. Of course, the money is very limited to deal with the issues of infrastructure throughout the province. And the last one, which is the critical area on special schools. Chair, it's still not enough for special schools. You will check that most learners are coming throughout the province for 2 or 3 schools in the province, which are not enough. It's not enough, and the department and the National Treasury should do something in terms of assisting the department. Otherwise, the department is doing with nothing they have in terms of expenditure. They are doing nothing, all what they called to ensure that there is service delivery to the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you, Chair.
Very much. Honorable Kika.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'd like to join the honorable members who expressed words of congratulations to the new MEC. Chairperson, there might be a bittersweet relationship between us going forward. We don't know who will be bitter and who will be sweet, but we'll find that out as we go along. There are a few things. I think many of the issues have already been covered, but I'm worried about the trajectory of the department in terms of its finances. So if this is what we are seeing here, where we hear about under expenditure, which is a great disgrace for this department, we hear repeatedly about how money went back to Treasury or to the National Fiscus because of under expenditure. I think this is something that really is concerning when we have the biggest area of expenditure as the COE, but we see other areas that were affected. Now, what we don't want to see is the same trajectory, obviously, going forward. If you look at page 8 of this report, under goods and services, you'll find that, there was an under expenditure there. That's number one. Number two, you'll find that domestic bills of schools remain unpaid. We find that as a knock-on effect on that, norms and standards affected, where the department has now taken a decision to withhold 30 to 40% of schools' norms and standards, which are already underfunded, to try and pay these domestic bills. All of this doesn't make sense. Chairperson, the department, according to Treasury, may have contravened the PFMA by using NSNP and the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative funds for compensation of employees, and I'd like to understand, how do they reconcile that? Then there's this issue of 2,700 ECD practitioners that could not get post upgrades, although they are unqualified teachers sitting, 2,800 plus unqualified educators sitting in the department, in grade R particularly. So I'm wondering how they can reconcile this. So, Chairperson, I think the other areas have been covered, so I'm going to leave it at that, except to say that program 6 in particular, according to page 13, if you look at it, we know that infrastructure, is massively deficient in its funding because there's so much to be done. Yet here we see again that the program underspent in the previous financial year. The infrastructure program, or program 6, is a right royal mess if this is the trajectory that it's taking currently in its funding and where it's heading to in terms of the needs of the department. So I'm not sure how they will be able to explain this away in terms of the needs versus what we have been presented. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Kavenda.
Thanks, Chairperson. Chairperson, firstly, I want to raise the concern that let me first start by congratulating the Honorable MEC on her appointment, and we wish her well. Chairperson, I want to raise the concern that this department is regressing. You know, there was a time when it seemed to have a handle on the management of its funds, but from the reports that we are receiving, that would appear not to be the case. And whilst we may say that the department's budget is cut, we need to also remind the department that it's not alone in this. The budget of departments in the entire province were cut, and they were told very clearly that they needed to work in terms of the funds that were available. So whilst we understand the constraints, the fact of the matter is, if you are running your household, you can only work with what you have, or you get into severe debt. And in the case of ordinary citizens, once they're in severe debt, it's very hard to get out of. We can't expect, and this department cannot expect, to be bailed out by the provincial fiscus, because that is what their over expenditure amounts to. The request for a rollover, and I must I must respectfully disagree with Honorable Madlopa. It wasn't that they were refused a rollover. There were no funds there to be rolled over. When you use up your entire purse and there's no money, how can you ask for 0 rands to be rolled over? There's no money to be rolled over. They use money from conditional grants, from other things. You know, they call it robbing Peter to pay Paul. That is what they did. Used up all the money, and now you are short. And in this shortfall, somebody has to step up to the plate. And if it's going to be the provincial fiscus, it then means drawing on provincial reserves, which is not a good thing to do. So it's a very, very serious situation. And I don't think that we can, sit here easily in this meeting, because the implications of the financial, the poor management of this department have implications on the province as a whole. Treasury is saying clearly, it might mean that the budgets of other departments get cut. And I don't think that any department is going to welcome that, or you draw on provincial reserves. Now, Honorable Chairperson, I think as the day goes on, we'll realize that it's not only this department that has used money that it doesn't have. And so if you're going to draw on the provincial reserves, we're pretty soon going to have very little in the bank to offset contingencies. And, contingencies are there. We had the floods this year as a case unexpected and where funds were required. However, Chair, I have some questions. So colleagues have raised some of the issues, but let me raise the first matter. The department didn't budget for the 1.5% pay progression. I'd like to know why. All departments were told to budget for a 1.5% pay progression. What happened there? Why did they not budget for it? And then when it was implemented, you don't have the money because you didn't make provision. That's my first question. The second one is, we are told that they employed increase and it was a drain on their compensation of employees' budget because they had to employ additional cleaners and screeners due to COVID. Now, COVID has been very much on the decline for over a year now. So what has happened to these cleaners and screeners, the ones who are drawing on your compensation of employees' budget as well, the ones whom you had to expend additional funds for? I'd like to know about that. And I'd like to know going forward, what is the situation in terms of these cleaners and screeners? because these obviously are, drawing cash funds there. Then we are told that the program 3, independent school subsidies, underspent by 3.971 million, right? And this was because 13 schools were not compliant with departmental requirements during the transfer period and didn't receive their transfer payment for that period. So this, we are told, resulted in savings against transfers and subsidies to non-profit institutions. Are these real savings? What happens when the 13 schools become compliant? Would they not require the funds? So what provision is made for that as well? Because if this department has used up all its money, how are you going to assist those 13 schools? I'd like to know that as well, Chairperson. You see, Chairperson, my concern is robbing Peter to pay Paul. You're taking money and you're pushing it there, taking money from here, pushing it there, but it catches up with you. A couple of years ago, we told this department about accruals, and we said that one day those accruals are going to be catch up with you so badly, you won't have a budget. You'll be paying accruals. And again, the Peter to Paul story, this is the concern. Then the ECD practitioners were entitled to an increment. Now, we all know the plight of workers. Honorable MEC herself was involved in the trade union movement. She will understand the importance of an increment. But the ECD practitioners did not receive their increment. What's going to be done about that? Are they going to have back pay when you don't have money? Are they going to be getting an increment in any event? Or because they are ECD, they are the stepchildren of the department, which I would not agree with, because ECD is the foundation of education. So, Chairperson, another question for the department there. Then, Chairperson, I want to also raise this another matter, which I think is extremely important, and this is around the issue of the additional or the higher than projected expenditure, or higher than the monthly average of spending for the year in October 2021 and March 2022. Why has there been high spending on compensation of employees in October 2021 and March 2022, whereas in the rest of the year, you've not had that kind of spending? Could they please explain to us what is going on there? Because this would be important. Then, Chairperson, my last matter, there were funds that were allocated for Operation Sukuma Sake and the District Development Management Program. And they were allocated to the MEC's office. These funds were underspent. Now, have these funds been used, or are they going to be part of the accruals for 22-23, given that the department has no money? Thank you, Chair.
Very much. I have seen the hand of Honorable Sonjika. Can you come in, Honorable Chair?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to yourself and the honorable members. Greetings to our new MEC, and we welcome her. I hear Honorable Kika is already sending threatening messages to yourself. We'll work very well with you, Honorable MEC, rest assured. But of course, we'll ask hard questions where we need to. Honorable Chair, and thanks for your message, Chair, when we started the meeting. I think Honorable Governor has covered my questions. I just wanted to deal with what the CFO calls savings, because I think let's call things by their names, CFO. So there are no savings in this department. They are either underspending, and I will tell you why, because he says there was savings on the Presidential Youth Employment Grant. There wasn't. By his own admission, he says because there were slow recruitment processes in the district. I don't think this committee, finance committee, should be told that the money that is specifically allocated to employ young people in this country, districts could not recruit young people. I mean, I think it's just I think it was not a thought through case why that money wasn't spent, because we know that so many people, young people, applied for those temporary jobs, and the department can't tell us that there was a slow process. And I think that's, for me, it's unacceptable. It's an area that the accounting officer must tell us, because the danger of this thing is that the public, if you say young people apply, but no, we couldn't spend because the process was slow. Slow by who? Slowed by who? So I think that's, for me, that's unacceptable, Honorable Chair. But Honorable Governor asked a question that I think we need to deal with, because I also wanted to zoom in on those 13 schools. I want to find out if the department did assist these schools to comply. To what extent they were assisted to comply with all the necessary documentation for their monies to be transferred. But also, if then they were to comply, would this money be somewhere? And what's going to happen if they comply and the money is not there? What happens? For me, those are the issues. But overall, I think the danger, which is it's a serious fear that the Honorable Rogers raised, the first charge will mean this department will not have money to run its affairs for another financial year. And I think that's a scary part. And it's important that officials come to the finance committee and raise honestly their issues. But we also, as portfolio committee, are aware of the pressures they have. But it's better to come to the finance committee and be honest with the finance committee, so that we fight from the same side, if you were to be honest. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members. We have posed a number of questions. But the report, let's be honest, is speaking to the issues that are there as raised by the provincial treasury in the grey book. We might not be comfortable with them, but we'll have to remember, I missed my book. I took the wrong book. I remember when we dealt with the department during the midterm, it was a huge amount of projected over expenditure. It was more than 2 billion, if my common sense reminds me. But having done that, we took a resolution and said to the department, wipe it out, bring the turnaround plan that would be managed by the portfolio committee. That's the resolution that we took. For them to drop from beyond the 2 billion rand to 398 is a good effort, according to my own assessment. It's unfortunate with me, I'm an assessor by qualification. That's what we would have to understand. But over and above that, why we called for the turnaround plan was because we were forcing the compliance to the PFMA, that it talks to issues of both under and over expenditure. That was the area. Would recognize where the effort has been made, but as we should be saying, is falling short, because 398.5 million rand was overspent in the budget. That's what we should be understanding. When we'll be concluding, we will raise 4 additional issues on what we are dealing with the understanding of what we reached when we dealt with the budget of 2022 2021, 2022. So that's what it is we are going to do. So we're handing over to the department for responses, HOD and your team.
Chair, let us first thank the honourable members for their comments and as well as their questions for clarity and for counsel that they are giving on some of the aspects, which we actually take positively.
Hello.
Where there's counsel, where there's advice given, we're taking it with a positive spirit. The CFO, myself, and the acting DDG will give some of the clarities that are being sought. But I think we'll start off with what Honorable Rogers says. I think he hits the nail on the head when he says this was seen coming. But not only was it seen coming, we kept coming here and to the portfolio committee and to Scopa, and we kept indicating that the 6 billion rand cut is going to affect us. And we explained also how it was going to affect us, particularly in the area of compensation of employees. So we were honest. We put that on the table. And this committee and other oversight committees were taken on board in terms of what the situation that the department was facing. Not only in the past financial year, but we also indicated that in this current financial year, the cut would be 9 billion. And in the outer year of the MTF, the cut would be 11 billion. So all those facts were put before all oversight committees. Their implications were also, highlighted before all the oversight committees. So the actual over expenditure, was indicated even at that point, and it's true, Chair, that the chairperson is correct in saying that the over expenditure projected was close to 2 billion, but with the measures that we took to try and contain it, some of which were quite painful to even implement. Including, for example, we did say that one of the problems that we would face is that we would be unable to provide substitute educators where teachers were on maternity leave and so on. We put that clearly before all oversight committees. We cut it to 398 million, which is still huge, and affects us in this current financial year because it becomes the first charge in the new financial year, which means you start already limping. And because you start already limping, that's a foundation for the 2023-24 financial year, because it keeps compounding. If for example, you overspend by 100 million for whatever reason, that 100 million is going to be the first charge. So in the next financial year, if there is no financial assistance that you get, you are likely in the next financial year to multiply that 100 million to 200 million or more, and so on and so on. It keeps compounding every year. And the only way you curtail or you minimize that compounding effect is to implement certain measures. And some of the measures we've implemented, and I'm now looking at questions by I think Honorable Madlopa, the question of what measures are there have we taken? We've taken measures, for example, to ensure that we cut down on traveling expenses. S&T, for example. And when we do that, there will be obviously, our officials come and say, look, how can we support schools when our traveling, kilometers that we're allowed to travel are being cut down? But it's one of the measures that we've taken in order to try and curtail over expenditure. And those measures are painful because as you implement them, you are actually, treading on a very thin line between actually affecting service delivery and balancing your books on the other hand. So it's a situation that's very difficult. The second thing is, we did indicate that the budget cut means there are about 6,000 employees that are unaffordable. And if, for example, you take what Honorable Governor says, that you have to work with what you have. And working with what you have would mean that if you have enough money for 85,000 teachers, but you currently have 90,000 teachers, you must retrench the 5,000 so that you go down to your 85,000. And which is what you can afford. Even during the course of the financial year, it's not something that we're saying now. Even during the course of the financial year, we put that on the table. We're honest to say this budget cut means if we're, for example, in the private sector or operating a household budget, we would do exactly what Honorable Governor is saying. We would basically cut down on the number of employees we have. But we also indicated what the implications of that would be if you cut down on the number of employees we have. Because on the other hand, we're introducing introducing a new curriculum in our schools, subjects that require lower numbers of learners and so, such as coding and robotics, other technical subjects. So our curriculum is expanding on one hand, but we're facing on the other hand with a situation that says you should be cutting down actually on the number of educators we have. And the oversight committees all seem to have had understood that we have this pressure, and undertakings were made that Treasury would be approached, which we also had already approached, to see how we could be assisted. So we've gone through that financial year with those circumstances on the table, and all of us knew that we're facing, those problems. And we're coming here to say we are still facing those problems. In fact, we're saying these problems are worse now than they were in the previous financial year, because there has been no additional money pumped into our department to offset those pressures. So the possibility of us operating with staff that we cannot afford is still there. But I haven't heard anyone saying, why don't you just go and retrench? Because that would not be, in the interest of service delivery. That would not be in the interest of education to actually reduce the number of educators, because by its very nature, education is a labor-intensive, field. It's a labor-intensive space. You can't replace educators with machines. Even with 4IR, you can't replace a real warm body in front of learners with 4YR. And even advanced countries, have not necessarily done away with warm bodies as educators. We are open to counsel in terms of what is it that we can do. over and above what we're already doing. And if we get advice as to what we should do, we will implement the advice if we actually get. On these matters for discussion, that Honorable de Klerk was saying, why don't we just zoom into them? On Tuesday, we had a bilateral with Treasury, and on all those matters for discussion, we responded in writing, and we had a face-to-face meeting again where we clarified those issues that they were raising, and we do have a document that proves that the matters that they raised, which some honourable members are raising also, that they were responded to, including all issues like we took money meant for something else and we used for something else. And we have we submitted a written explanation to Treasury with regards to that. The only questions, the other question that I think I'll look at is that one of upgrading or of grade R practitioners. Indeed, the question of salary increments, for example, for ECD practitioners, is also a subject of a budget that is not enough. But in the past financial year, our grade R practitioners did receive an increment, and we have taken a decision as a department that because when national negotiations, wage negotiations take place, ECD practitioners are not part of those negotiations. We will, as a department, nevertheless, watch what's happening at national negotiations, and if national negotiations for the rest of the public service yield a 1% increase, that's what the grade R practitioners are also going to get. If the national negotiations yield a 5% increase, that's what we will follow, because the budget, for them is not really part of those national negotiations, because they essentially are regarded as employees employed by schools, by governing bodies, in other words, and the department is merely assisting to ensure that the stipends that are paid to them are paid on time. That's why they're on PESAL. In the past, ECD practitioners were not even on PESAL. The department would transfer funds to the schools, and the schools would pay ECD practitioners themselves. But there were problems with that. Problems such as they were not earning the amount that they are supposed to earn. Similar problems that we had with PYEI program in the first year, where there were allegations that some principals were not paying what was due to those young people. Those problems were happening with ECD practitioners. Hence, we took them and paid them on PESAL. The same thing we did with PYEI. In the second phase of implementation, we paid them on PESAL because we wanted to avoid all those problems of them being paid less than what was due to them. But I think it's a progressive move that we have taken, that whenever there is an increase on the side of all public service employees, we effect an increase, in spite of our financial concern, we effect an increase on the ECD practitioners themselves. The other question that I just want to deal with is that one of screeners and everybody, and that COVID, has long past. The only proclamation really on COVID came only about 2 months ago. The screeners that we have a contract that lasts at the end of this month. It's August now. So it's only at the end of August that we are not going to be renewing the contracts of the screeners. And that is not something that we say lightly, because terminating those young people who were screeners after they've assisted us for the past 2 years, when COVID was at its peak, it's always very painful when these things have to happen. And that is why we resisted a long time ago when we were asked, why are we not terminating screeners? Screening is no longer compulsory and so on. We said, look, although screening is no longer compulsory, the same screeners are used for other functions in the school, but related to COVID. They are used for cleaning up schools, but they are also used for sanitizing learners as and when they come, because although COVID has subsided, everybody knows that it has not completely been eliminated in the country. It is basically still there. It's just that it is no longer as outrageous as it was over the past 2 years. Other questions relating to infrastructure and others relating to finance, my colleagues, the CFO and the DDG will respond. But I think the overall answer really lies with the comments made by Honorable Rogers and the fact that a 6 billion rand cut is a serious cut. And really, we shouldn't be surprised that it has these effects. 6 billion. We've had cuts. Other departments have had cuts. It's true. But none has a cut of 6 billion. None. And that's because our budget is big, because we're a big department. So even if you are saying you are going to cut each department by 1%, to us that 1% is huge. But to another smaller department, that 1% may look negligible. But to a big department like ours, any percentage, if you work on percentages, any percentages, it may look small. You say no, 2%, but 2% of our budget is a serious cut. But it has never happened in the department. We've had cuts before of 800 million, but 6 billion is a lot of money. 9 billion, 11 billion, and we still, maintain a positive trajectory in terms of our performance. And we still maintain a positive audit report. In fact, we should actually, people out there are wondering how we do it, with those challenges. And people are still asking us how you manage to drop from 2 billion to 398 million. It's because of the measures that we take, painful measures that we take, pressures that we take when we, for example, cut the kilometers. If we are to train 100 people, we change our methods of training and we say we'll train 50, and we'll see how these very same training and skills are going to end up reaching everyone. But we constantly have to be innovative in terms of how we do things. But we do accept that the PFMA says this. But that is why we want counsel in terms of what should we do. What should we do? Should we retrench? Now, the answer from most people would be, no, you can't reduce the number of teachers. See what you can do. And that is what we that is what we're doing to try and contain the over expenditure, which would otherwise be worse than it is. The CFO is going to deal with some of the questions, but I think what I've said overall covers most of the responses that he will be trying to give.
No, HOD, I would not allow any responses anymore. As I made a comment, it's because I'm doing the assessment. Whenever I'm chairing the meeting, I know what I want to achieve. The problem that I have had is that too many committee-related issues were raised in this one. Mine is to look for the runs and cents. That's my job. That's the job of the Finance Portfolio Committee. So because the Department of Transport is here, we told them to be here at 11. I don't want them to feel that they are not treated well by the chairperson of the Finance Portfolio Committee. When we conclude this discussion, the first thing that all of us must be mindful of is that the MTF of 2019-2020, the outer year of that one, the budget for education was more than 60 billion rand. I can't remember the exact, but when I go home and then look at my green book of 2019-2020, I would prove to you that indeed, if COVID did not come, we would not be having education around, even not at 58 billion rand. That's the reality. That's the reality. With the COVID and its implications, then the budget was cut severely. By 2019, if I'm not mistaken, the budget was 58 billion rand, but it had to go down to a mere 53 point something billion rand, if my memory serves me correctly. And that has got implication to the programs of the government. That's one point that I wanted to raise. The second point, which I know the officials are going to raise, the additional money that came late from the poorly performing provinces. We're very clear when we engage with the Department of Education was that money was going to pay for the work that had been already planned for, would be fully committed. It's unfortunate I don't have my book, but my memory is very, very strong. So that's the point. So you don't need to add that one because I know the facts. No, that's what is bad about us, former trade unionists. We talk facts. We talk facts, nothing else. We act like lawyers. We act like lawyers. It's very bad about us. I made a comment about the over expenditure and the projected over expenditure and where we are currently. I don't want to repeat myself. Then the fourth issue that we need not to forget is that the issues of COE were raised when we dealt with the budget for 2021-2022. And the department gave us the figures. I still remember the figures without my book. They indicated that 6,114 posts would not be affordable. That's what they indicated. It's in writing. I remember vividly that particular number. So the challenges in COE, as far as I'm concerned, are understood on my side. That's why we called for that plan to contain the projected over expenditure. Then the issue that was raised by the chairperson of the Education Portfolio Committee. There is one thing as a former public servant that I would not accept, is that a post could not be filled because of the lengthy recruitment processes. The question is, who should deal with those processes? Mapoloba, when we were chief negotiators on the other side, we pinned you down that it is workable. We brought I brought a plan of post-filling, from day one up to the last date. And then we said, can you comment if this is not practical? And we implemented that. That's why we're filling posts 4 times a year. Do you still remember? Because it was, we came up with a practical plan as public servants saying that you can do this and whatever. So that argument that we are raising of the lengthy recruitment purposes, if government gives us money to employ the army of the unemployed in November, then we are left with about 5 or so months. Then we'll say it was because of those processes. They cannot be understood by pragmatists like ourselves. We has a plan that I developed personally, and then I gave it to them. We implemented it. It was workable. Why was it workable when we're public servants? When we leave the system, then it takes more than 5 months to fill the vacancies. It's not understandable to me. I want to be honest with you. If you employ people at a district level who have got no capacity to deliver, the question will be, how many of them have you charged for incapacity? That's a fundamental question. No, we would raise all those things. We never accepted mediocres in the system during our times because we knew we're serving our own people. And then another thing that the department once raised, that you are going to focus on the core business of the department. I am not convinced where I am seated as to whether you are funding the core business of the Department of Education, but you will convince me outside. Bilaterals are acceptable, but I still believe that there are frills that are funded in education, despite the problems that we have and all the stuff. But my common sense tells me, it's not scientific, common sense tells me that we might be running programs that we can live without, because our own core business is teaching and learning, nothing else. We come from the public service ourselves. There's one thing that I knew that I was managing. Is there any teaching? Is there any learning? Other things, I wouldn't worry myself much because I'm tested on the core business of the Department of Education that employed me. So that's what I wanted just to indicate. Having said all this, we wanted the department not to grudge us. If you choose to grudge us, it's unfortunate, grudges don't make us better. If we call for you to remain within the budget, we will always do so. One day you might invite us to come and scrutinize your own budgets. We will isolate the frills, because I am convinced that this dress for wedding, too many frills that it has. No, it shouldn't be like that, because we can't afford it and all the stuff. So colleagues, we are very sorry that we did not allow you to respond, but we are to respect the other department, which is the Department of Transport, that we invited them to come at 11. Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, Memo Mkhulu, and HOD and the whole team. Siyabonga kakhulu engejana nani.
Chairperson, on a lighter note, you can't get married in a bikini.
Thank you. No bikini. Not too many frills. No, you remain to the core of the wedding. The white dress and the bridegroom and the bride. That's the core. You invite 1,000 people to witness it. It's not, that's a free. Thank you, my brother. Thank you, my brother. Later. Ola. Delighted for it.
No, sir.
Ukhona nabafanele nazi ukuthi ama-friends afuneki. How many friends lapha kule ngubeni yomshado? Too many.
Too many.
Yeah, too many.
Yeah.
Too many. nimisa ipoint yokuthi yini inhloso ye-department. Department ukufundisa
teaching and learning.
Yeah. Lokho kunye usungalekelele ucompliment.
I was so happy when you were mentioning magistrates bangabantwana.
Hayi vese ngithi manje angithi manje niqasha political. Mina ngeke ngifune nje ukusho u-district director lenamlanda eKing Cetshwayo nangicabanga uzo-eda i-PVEC azo-coordinate ama-district. Manje ngitshela nje mina athi manje yintwana mina lezi uzazi lokhu kunjalo yathi yizo lezo zinto you don't do them. Mina I was very much unpopular ukuthi uKK akawaqasha ama-comrade. Ngibuzeke mina awukade kuqasha mina yini.
Yebo Mkhulusi. Yebo Mkhulusi.
Talo. Zizo zonke lezo ndaba.
Mkhulusi, you are still on record, Mkhulusi.
Angezwa.
We are still on record, Mkhulusi.
Hawu ukhuluma izinto ezinkulu kangaka. Ile phone ile lokho.
Ngawaqasha ama-comrade.
Hayi sorry bafowethu. Namanje ngisa-recorded.
Usekhona impela Mkhulusi, ngiyakuzwa mina.
Hayi yimbi kakhulu. Hayi yimbi kakhulu. Usazi ngithi ngiyahleba.
Usaphila kodwa Mkhulusi.
Ngiyaphila ubani lokhuluma engingamuzwa mina okhuluma endaweni eyilokho.
Advocate Masu.
Oh ya advocate.
Ngiyaphila.
Awuzanga ngani Mkhulusi la?
Ngiyibambe la lo benginama interviews ebengiwenza so ngiyibambe la ulayini.
Oh okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Hayi no ke ku right mfethu.
Hayi siyabonga.
Hayi anikwazi ukuthi lento yeni lokho ngathi sikhuluma into ezibucayi kanjena sihleba. Niyazizwa. Hayi wethu siphake nicishe lento.
Ayifuni impela ukucisha yona.
Hayi ayifuneki icishwe Mkhulusi. Kodwa yakuthinta wena njenge-HR DDG.
Yeah.
Yakuthinta.
Yangithinta.
Yakuthinta.
Yeah.
Kodwa ke manje wena umumbiko uyazi nje thina si-principled.
That's a problem.
Si-raise i-principle nje mfowethu singakhi ngikhuluma into eziningi.
Yeah. Uyaphila kodwa Mkhulusi.
Okay. Yeah. Hayi kuhle Mkhulusi.
Siyabonga ba.
Inkinga yabo ke lokho ukuthi ngiyafuna kwe-system. Le transport wayingangeni. That's something. Hawu. Oyibo.
Sikhona sihlalo.
Yabangeni manje insizwa ngakithi phezulu ephayikeni.
Ephayikeni
Ayingeni department yakhe angazi ukuthi yini inkinga yayo.
Oyigcine othi ngibacheck bagcine bathi besalinde kuphela i-meeting.
Cha singinqamlile leya kwa-education.
Yeah, I started feedback.
Nginqamlile mfowethu lokho kwansizwa ngakithi.
Thank you.
Hayi sizoqala manje. Awungena enhloko yomnyaka. Ngena enhloko yomnyaka. Hawu mzukulu wami. Kuyaphileka mzukulu. Nani ikhulu zami lokho kasiyajabula ukunibona. Ngiyaphila mfowethu. Colleagues would want to continue with our meeting. We are now joined by the Department of Transport in KwaZulu-Natal. So we want to welcome them. But firstly, we would want to welcome the newly appointed MEC for Transport and Community Safety in KZN, Honorable Hlobunga. We also wanted to welcome the members of the Portfolio Committee led by the Chairperson, Uhlabangane. We also wanted to welcome all the officials of the Department of Transport led by Umshanawami, the HOD, Umbele, and the whole team. We welcomed the rest in the morning in the first hearing that we had with the Department of Education. We now move on and then request the MEC for Transport and Community Safety in KwaZulu-Natal to make some remarks. Kukuwena-ke insizwa yangakithi ephayikeni.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to your good self. Greetings to all honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. We really appreciate greetings to HOD and all senior officials from the department and officials from the legislature. I wish, Chair, to humble myself and express the graduate to be part of this meeting as a new appointed MEC for Transport and Community Safety. I joined the department a few days ago. I must really appreciate the role played by my predecessor, MEC Nkonyeni, who have been redeployed to Portfolio of Finance, who have been doing a good job under Department of Transport. I found the department stable. I must indicate that I did have a meeting with the HOD first of Transport, HOD Bele, who took me through some program and achievement and challenges of the department. I then had a meeting with a mentor of the department, of which they also gave me the progress of the challenges or program of the department, which like post floods recovery progress, work on building roads and bridges and radical social economic transformation or program, and job creation and empowerment program, and road safety and public transport stability, and also the institutional stability. I will still chair going to meet individual branches to get in-depth understanding and more information in terms of how the department is run. I must indicate, Chair, that as I'm new in the department, but I have already been on the ground. Yesterday, we were at Dams with the chair of Portfolio and also the HOD and the officials from the department, where we're handing over P242 and R603 roads. Those are the roads that have been affected through floods. We really appreciate the role played by the official from the department. It is not the only roads that we are going to hand over in this financial year. There are a number of roads and bridges that we are going to hand over service providers to ensure that we fast track the issue of service delivery. So having said that, as I joined the department, they did give me the overview of the challenges faced by the department, which also talked to the high rate of vacancies and the challenges of budget, and also challenges in SCM. One of the challenges that, in my view, able to identify that might cause a challenge in the department for not spending their budget is an issue of instability in the branch of infrastructure and also challenges at SM of finance. We have agreed with the HOD how we're going to deal with those issues. Hence, I'm indicating that we are still going to meet with all branches in the department. I have indicated that I'm willing to learn from the department, but also the officials, the senior officials, they must also be open to also learn from me as a new MEC. I believe that the experience that I've acquired through the previous portfolio of culture, it might also assist the department in ensuring how to deal with the issues of service delivery, because both department are the department that dealing with the service delivery, and I hope that we'll borrow the best practice from each other so that we'll able to deal with the service delivery of the department. Chairperson, the department received the qualified audit opinion because of some capital commitment, and all members, I'm briefed that the item of the new qualification matters and the managed to clear the 2 qualification items it received in the previous financial year, accrued departmental revenue and goods and services. I however, will to not get into the details because the HOD and the senior officials, they are going to go in details, Chairperson. Having said that, Chair, we want to promise the portfolio that we're going to work together to ensure that we deal with all issues that have been identified by AG. However, in our first main call, we did identify some of the challenges of which we agree as a department with the main call that we need to change the way that we're dealing with things so that we're able to deal with the issues that have been identified by the AG. We are going to work closely with Treasurer, and we're going to ensure that we fast track the issue of filling the post of SCM and other posts that are really compromising the department to not function very well. Having said that, Chair, because of time, I want to indicate that the team led by the HOD are going to give the detailed report on the report that will be requested by this August House. I will then, Chair, hand over to you, and then the HOD will take us through. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Thank you. So we are now going to hand over to the head of department and his team. But want to thank you, HOD and the team, for having submitted your report in advance. We want to confirm to you that we have gone through it and we are ready to pose questions. So in the light of that, we'll appeal to you to speak to the report, because we do have the report and went through it. We've got 2 things that we're working from. We have your own report, and we have got the grey book from the provincial treasury. So that's why then we don't want to bore you with the details where you might go too deep. So we're handing over to you, Sompis.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to you, Chair, members of the Finance Portfolio Committee, our MEC, brand new MEC Uhlomoga. Greetings to you, MEC. Also greetings to honorable members, members of the Transport Portfolio Committee, led by Uhlabangane. Greetings to colleagues as well. Chairperson, without wasting time, the colleague that will take us through a report is our CFO, and one would participate on the engagement. If you do allow, Honorable Chair, that I hand over to the CFO so that she can take us through the report for the department. Thank you, Chair.
Now, the CFO has been requested by the head of department. Can you take us through, CFO?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to the Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the Finance Portfolio Committee, MEC, MEC Thomuga, HOD, colleagues, and other officials. Taking from what the Chairperson has already alluded to in respect of how the committee has already been briefed by Provincial Treasury, I'll just do a high-level report. When you look at slide number 2, it presents the financial information relating to the unaudited closeout report of the Department of Transport in respect of all 5 programs being administration, transport infrastructure, transport operations, transport regulation, community-based program. I'll just speak to the important aspects because the committee has confirmed that they received the report. Is to say the narrative in slide number 4, basically in a nutshell, explains that the department undertook adjustment estimates environments, post-adjustment estimate environments to defray expenditure pressures to reduce unauthorized expenditure out of all 5 programs. And I think the report from Treasury details line by line what those environments were. And slide number 2, just in a nutshell, gives a summary version of it. However, overall, the department has slightly overspent its final appropriation by 1.6 million. Therefore, this is after the reduction of the 47.6 million. I think at the last Finance Portfolio Committee meeting, we had a discussion around what had transpired, and then that resulted to the reduction. And then overall, that is how the department's books look like. Slide number 3 displays the overall picture of our adjusted appropriation versus the final appropriation and actual expenditure. Most of, actually, literally all of the economic classifications from compensation of employees right up to payments for financial assets, we reflect a fully spent, or what I would call a balanced budget, with the exception of buildings and other fixed structures where we are reflecting in 1.6 million overspent. I think in a nutshell, Chairperson, that's the overall picture. And then with regards to the expenditure by conditional grants, the department is reflecting that it fully spent all of its conditional grant. We have 3 conditional grants, namely the Provincial Roads Maintenance Grant, the Public Transport Operations Grant, and the EPWP Integrated Grant for provinces. This is a supplementary grant. So basically the department then caters for the shortfalls using equitable share. However, we don't then reflect any overs and unders when it comes to the activities that we conduct using these grants. We just merely reflect that we fully spent them, and every shortfall we cover using our equitable share. And that is why under PTOG, you will not see us reflecting an over. But when you read Treasury's report, you then realize that we did have to cover about 80 million using equitable share in respect of bus subsidies. So I thought, let me just give a high overview of that item. And then when we move over to slide number 8, that speaks to specifically and exclusively appropriated funding, we had 2 funds, being the OSS/DDM, for the district champion that is utilized by our MEC, as well as the learner transport services. We fully spent those allocations as well, slightly overspending the learner transport services by 206,000. Basically, in a nutshell, is that with regards to revenue overall,
we over-collected. I'd like to apologize to the committee that how we reflected the overs and unders was the other way around. Basically, the department over-collected 156 million and not under-collected. We apologize for that. So I think it's how we were reflecting our overs and unders. We should have had brackets over there. So the department overall over-collected against its projections. We over-collected by 107%, being 156 million. I think we also then start providing the detail per category there in terms of our over collection, but the main area of over collection is the tax receipts, being motor vehicle licenses, where we over collected by 110.9 million. We've also over collected against other categories, but that being the main one, in the interest of the fact that the report has been read, I think I'll end there, Chairperson. I'd also like to mention that the department, on noticing the matters for discussion, we then provided responses to the matters that were raised by Provincial Treasury as matters for discussion, so that the members can have a view before this meeting. I don't think perhaps it's necessary to go through those, but just to highlight that we did submit them ahead. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam. HOD, are you comfortable with the presentation? Because she was doing it on your behalf.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. No, indeed, I would like to confirm that I'm comfortable with the presentation, and she presented it very well. Thank you.
Honorable members, this is your opportunity to raise issues. First one is Honorable de Klerk. Second one is Honorable Zulu. I'm looking at the system. If there's any one from the virtual platform. Okay, it seems as if there's no one at the moment. Or Honorable CQ. Or you governed.
Yes.
You, Honorable governed. Okay, you will be the fourth one. So in that order, please, Honorable Honorable de Klerk.
Yeah. He always hogs it, but it's because it seems he knows best. Chair, maybe one question, then I leave most of the others to the other members. On page 190, there's a graph in the Green Book. I'm sure the department saw this graph because they had a discussion, as I said, with Treasury yesterday. On that point, my request is those issues that you dealt with by Treasury must be in your report. It's important that we know what you said to the Treasury. But if you look at this report, it reminds me of the hockey stick of climate change, where there's a sudden spike of the temperature, and we all know if that happens, what is the consequences of the climate in the world. And it might even be the end of the world. So if you use that analogy, please explain to us, how does that happen? This hockey stick where you have it in February, in March, this massive spike. So you have this flat out expenditure, and then suddenly in March, this massive spike. That surely must be a concern, because that cannot be natural. Just like the climate change, it cannot be natural, it cannot be right. It's fiscal dumping. Now, if that happens, maybe that's part of the problem with the expenditure, and the problem maybe with the regularity of the expenditure, unauthorized expenditure, and so on, is because these things happen. So please explain to us why this happened. Thank you, Chair.
No, thanks, Chair. Greetings to HOD and the entire team. New MEC, Bopela. Chair, I wanted to check a few things, just three. The first one, it regards to the under Program 4, the issue of the Nongoma and Greytown RT offices, which has been in progress for refurbishment for quite long, and we don't see any progress. Is this the problem being the implementing agent, or is the department itself? And the next one, the next question is an issue of organogram. The organogram structure to the TTM, which was anticipated that it will be completed by the late December last year, 2021, and you extended to March 2022. And currently, we don't understand when are you meeting the deadline for such an organogram. And the last one, Chair, there was a Volkswagen imaging contractor development program, which was initiated long ago, I think by the MEC Ndabele by then. What happened to that program? Is it replaced by another project or another program? If so, what is that program? And the last one, Chair, let me check whether is the department being able to employ a SCM manager who's supposed to ensure that there is a smooth running of the department in terms of the services? If not, what are the challenges? It makes it difficult for that. I think I'll stop there, Chair, but I'll make follow-ups if you give me time. Thanks.
Honorable Matlopa.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Greetings to the Honorable MEC and his entourage. We want to congratulate the newly second-hand MEC in the Department of Transport. We wish him well in that department, and we also appreciate that in his input, he indicated that he has identified everything that the Auditor General said need to be corrected, and is going to work with his team. So we really appreciate that, because he's new, but he has identified things that can cause a problem in the department. And we appreciate the department, the officials in briefing the new MECs, so that when they work together, they share experiences, as the MEC has already indicated, because he's new in the department, but not in the work of the community. So we appreciate, we wish you well as a team, that you're going to turn around this department, because it has been long that is not doing well in the audit outcome of the AG. So we hope this current financial year or next financial year, you will really improve around that. Honorable Chair, I think my colleague has covered me, but the one that I want to deal with, I know that the chair will say that it's for the portfolio committee, but the issue of the organogram talks to the capacity of the department, because if they don't finalize it, it's going to pose a challenge, especially around the issue of capacity and the issue of focusing on the actual targets for the department. I think they really need to fast track that. Maybe it will really assist. I'm raising it, Honorable Chair, because if they don't spend because of the capacity, it talks to the funds and the budget. It affects the budget, the issue of the capacity also, when the organogram is not finalized. I hope that in the next maybe meeting with the department, we'll find them that they have finalized this thing. The other issue is the one that because it's talked to the irregular, the issue of Vukuzakhe as raised by the colleague, and it has been there for 3 years now that they don't rectify. 3 years. So I think maybe the department must tell us about their plan to say how are they planning to really fast track this and correct it, because it talks to irregular all the time when these audit outcomes comes. It have a negative impact. And lastly, Chair, is the issue of the department indicating at some areas under expenditure, but within 1 month, the department has managed, the month of March, spend 2.3 billion in 1 month. It's not something that is easy that you can spend such an amount within 1 month. Why in the other months you were not spending? Why are you not employing the same tactic that you used to spend such a big amount in 1 month? Can you explain to us what was the plan and what had changed? Because we have never done that to just quickly spend. What has changed? What is your plan and tactic that you use in that particular regard? Because it becomes suspicious that you can stay for so many months not spending, but within 1 month, and you spend such an amount. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Governor.
Thanks, Chair. Chairperson, colleagues have covered some of the issues, but I think the issue around compensation of employees is an important one, because there's a very high vacancy rate, and although there's the story about the organogram, etc., you find that the department has been attempting applying for and getting clearance to fill vacant posts as per the previous organogram. So they received approval from the Office of the Premier to fill 1,433 critical vacant posts. But in terms of that, these were budgeted posts. Now, in terms of that, they only filled 385 posts. And there were 577 advertised. The rest are in process. There's 420 still to be advertised, etc. And Chairperson, and then they say it's only 51 of these posts that won't be filled because of the review of the organizational structure. So you're looking at close on to 1,300 and some odd posts that need to be filled, review of organizational structure or not. And then this is a concern. So I don't want us to forget this, Chairperson, because they've taken the money and said it was savings and then did vitamins and pushed them into other programs. But the fact is, you've got close on to 1,300 and some odd posts which are supposed to be filled. And that's what Honorable Madlopa is raising, capacity constraints, because they're not posts that are future posts, they budgeted for posts. So this is, I'd like to hear what the plan is in relation to this, Chair. The second one is that there were vitamins that were done, but because the amount, it was a program for vitamins of 98.555 million, they exceeded the 8% threshold, and this then has to be sorted out in the audited financial statements, and I'd like to hear feedback in relation to that. Then I want to echo the issue around Vukuzakhe. The Vukuzakhe Emerging Contractor Development Program was a very, very important program. It assisted contractors, particularly in trying economic times, to develop and to grow and to stand on their own. And of course, the program was suspended because there were audit queries about the regularity and the correctness of it. However, we were given an undertaking that the program would continue, and what we are told now is that it will only commence in 22-23. So I would like an update in this regard, because obviously there would be financial implications. Then an old matter, Chairperson, which comes back regularly to haunt us, is the stoppage of work by Amakosi. This now has prevented work and resulted in under expenditure and spending. And there was supposed to have been this discussion, I remember in our last meeting, with the Department of Mineral Resources in order to sort the matter out. I would like to hear what the update on that matter is, because this is important. And lastly, Chairperson, what I wanted to just raise is we note the conditional grant expenditure of the department, which is good. So there's no problem in that. But I think that the biggest issue around here right now, right, is one, the department spent close to 1.5 billion, right, in March, saying that it was payment for contracts, etc. Like an explanation of that to make sure that the expenditure has been verified. In other words, sorry, no. It's actually accruals from the 21 financial year. Now, this is dangerous because when you have that huge amount of accruals, it eats into your next budget. And I'm hoping that we're not going to be in the same situation in the current financial year where there's a massive accrual of funds owing from the previous year, because it will then eat into the budget. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. We're handing over to you, HOD, and your team to respond to the questions. As honorable members are indicating, we are noticing a very good improvement, bearing in mind that there was a year where we underspent our budget by more than 1.6 billion rand. Now, we remember that, but there are still issues, as the MEC has indicated, that would need to focus on. So, HOD and your team.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and honorable members. I would just broadly answer some, and also my colleagues would add. Let me start with the spike and the expenditure probably towards the end of the financial year. Honorable members would recall that HOD started in July, and also we also had the acting CFO, but also when HOD started, we picked up that there was a high irregular expenditure from the department. So then it meant that many contracts that were in a process of being appointed, it had to be reviewed. We worked hard with the acting CFO. Subsequently, then we picked up that the contract for the panels that we were about to appoint was going to be irregular. Then it was cancelled because we were very, very worried, honourable members, with the high bill of irregular expenditure. Then, having said that, honourable members would remember that the department, obviously, we do have in-house projects, but most of our projects on capital and rehab projects that we let out. So the challenge currently with the department, as Honourable MEC also highlighted to us, is that is the way of not having a system or a mechanism of contract management. But while we do that, we just need to be wary of and making sure that we prevent further bleeding in terms of irregular expenditure. So when we then collapsed the annual contract, we then went around the country, even including Western Cape and including the Eastern Cape, looking for contracts and contracts that are existing and that we could also participate and piggyback on them. And then we had three solutions. One was then to say, look, we had to look at the contracts that were existing and projects that were on the run. We then started to, because we were starting to worry that indeed we're going to underspend on our term. We then motivated those contractors to say, look, they needed to push. Obviously, we couldn't push payments before they perform. The internal contracts that were in place, they had to obviously do the work and then pay. So unfortunately, it coincided with the end of the financial year. That was one. But subsequent to that, we then asked the assistant of the ID team and also the assistant of Sandra to come on board and then assist us with their contracts as well. So unfortunately, it came towards the end of the financial year, and hence you started to see the spike. But we were very worried that the amount that we were going to underspend with was over R1 billion. Subsequently, then we managed then that the budget that was spent, and indeed, I must admit that it shouldn't be like that. I take the full responsibility for it, but in terms of avoiding further irregular expenditure, we had to collapse some of the contractors so that we make sure that we use correct and vetted contracts, and hence we ended up with the last quarter performance, and also us getting IDT and also getting Sandra to assist us because they had capacity. But CFO would also add on that. We then ended up with a spike of which it has to be moving forward. It needs to be avoided. Honorable Zulu, you're quite correct. The issue of RTI in Nongoma and also Greytown, but it's safe to say we had a visit by there was a portfolio a committee meeting that we had in Greytown. We visited Greytown. It's safe to say the contractor was awarded, and currently it's on progress. The rehabilitation of that building, it's gonna take about 6 or 7 months. The project itself is done through Public Works. And in Nongoma, we do have a new park home. Yes, indeed, the issues of Nongoma has always been a problem of land. So even currently, there are issues of land that we're trying to sort, but temporarily so that at least the office can function, and also we can then make sure that the staff and the morale and people that are also using that office, it's in the conducive work environment. So we've managed temporarily at Nongoma to have that park home, but in Greytown we are busy putting up a permanent structure. The contractor has been awarded through Public Works. In relations to organogram, I would like also probably the DDG Corporate Service will touch on it, but at high level, we already had bilateral meetings with DPSA. They've raised, honorable members would also remember that the process of putting together a structure, we need to consult organized labor, DPSA, and also the staff. But already we had a pre-consultative meeting with DPSA, and at the moment we're working on those comments. And also it's important that, as honorable members have been mentioned, that without a proper and a fully functional structure, and obviously that is going to be a challenge for a department to be able to render its services. The comments are being addressed. It is a priority of the department to make sure that that structure is approved. But DDG Corporate, because she's hands-on with that, and then she will then add into it. Honorable, or the issue of the SCM manager, we are indeed at the advanced stage, Honorable Zulu. We have done my interviews. At the moment, we're waiting for competency results. And then from there, I'm sure definitely we are hoping that very soon the person would start. But the interviews were done. Honorable Madlopa, the issue of, yes, you're quite correct, the organogram and the targets. But with regards to Uvuguzake, honorable members, yes, it was a fantastic program, and eventually it did capacitate the emerging contractors, and we started to see even emerging contractors starting to build roads and even building bridges. But unfortunately, Auditor General did find it irregular, and we had then to stop it. And also it was challenged by SAFSEC that at court, and then there was also an off-court settlement. But in terms of what the department, and then we stopped Uvukuzakhe completely because of that, because if we had to continue, but apart from that, even the business forums, we're also starting to talk to it to say, look, the Honorable Zulu, you remember that some of the projects that we're advertising, and then they will then be saying, those contractors that will participate in this particular project should be registered under the Vukuzakhe. Now, with the introduction of CSD, now departments are not allowed to have various databases. So that is another problem. So that database of Vukuzakhe itself, and then it collapsed. But also we're challenged by SAFSEC, which is a contractors organization, who didn't want to participate on Vukuzakhe, but also said, look, we want work from transport to participate, and they took us to court. And then there was a court settlement, and but we started to see that there are a lot of problems around the program itself. But then moving forward, in as much as we have not briefed the honorable new MEC Fumuga, but there is a contractor development program which it's not going to incur irregular expenditure. Secondly, it seemed to be accepted broadly. It's an empowerment program by the department. We are about to implement that project. And also CIDP has also agreed in terms of how we're going to roll it out. It's sort of stole some of the Vukuzakhe kind of principles, but also making sure that it comply with all other legislation. There is a contractor development program that the department is coming up with. With regards to Honorable Governor, the issue of the post itself, yes, there is a challenge in the department, but Honorable Fumuga was then starting to say, look, we need then to have dedicated days in terms of when we do these interviews and no management and no staff, so that we can deal with this issue of post. It's quite correct, honorable members, that without people, because whatever we do is labor intensive, whether is it SCM in terms of making sure that you call for quotes, whether is it work that is done on the ground, you need labor. So if you've got a high vacancy rate, so currently the management is working hard on doing that. There were bottlenecks around the issue of the screening, but probably UTDG might add on that, but that has been resolved. So we should see a huge improvement in terms of that. But the problem was the moratorium that was with the department, that we could not fill the post, and we ended up with a huge backlog, and we have now a backlog to catch up with. And while we're catching up with the backlog and people are also still resigning, some, unfortunately, we're losing them. Probably we lost them through COVID. So you sort of chase a moving target. But what has the honorable members have highlighted, they're correct. We are working hard in terms of making sure that there is stability. As Honorable MEC has mentioned, that we need to make sure that we are capacitated humanly. I think the issue of the quarries, yes, we have engaged with the DMAR, but the challenge has been the Ingonyama. We still struggle to get meetings with them, because 80% of our quarries are within Ingonyama land. So it becomes a little bit of a challenge because we need to do the application in terms of the getting permits to mine and also to access those quarries. But it's something that we're working very hard to get it resolved. But what we're doing currently in all our documents currently, we're then saying, look, we need then to get material from a commercial source so that at least we can temporarily proceed with our operational plan. So in a nutshell and broadly, those are responses that one can comment on. But I would like the CFO and DDG maybe to add Umamungubo and Ustogunen if they probably have left something. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think I'll start with what Honorable Govender was asking on issues of pharmacosi. With the matters for discussion that I submitted, there's a narrative there. I think if I were to try and articulate it as a finance person, I will not do it right. So I'm not sure whether it is correct to request that so that I don't read it to say we have addressed it, and so that it comes out correctly, so that I don't say it wrong. If I can just ask that we take it from there. We do have our acting DDG from infrastructure, but it's also there. And then to add on the March spike, HOD has correctly articulated it, but going back to what Honorable de Klerk mentioned earlier, what did I discuss with Treasury yesterday? I'm sorry to be taking a little bit of time. If you were to allow me, Chairperson, I think this is an important issue to be taken from from a few years ago. The department has had issues with stability in SCM till today. Even the director we eventually appointed in 2019 only stayed 2 years. So what actually happened was, before then we had an acting director, even now we have an acting director. So what would happen is, when the contracts were declared irregular, as a department would come to finance portfolio and promise, we are going to go out there, reissue the tenders. We think by this time everything will be ready and we should be able to have contracts that we can use. But then it became clear that the capacity issues as well under SCM, because if you remember back in the days, transport used to use a lot of what we call plant hire and vukuzake, such that it never realized that it doesn't have the capacity at SCM of people who know how to procure. It only came to the fore when we kept canceling. If I were to tell you the number of times we've had to cancel advertised contracts, I have actually a listing. We advertised this year, cancel the next one, re-advertise, cancel, because there would always be something wrong. Eventually, we wrote to Provincial Treasury asking for resources. It's a bit difficult to come and promise and say this time we think we are getting it right, but we've had no choice but to cancel what we could see was a potential irregular. Now, perhaps what you would then say is we can't absolve ourselves because of this issue. The issue with us was knowing very well that we had no panels. We didn't start processes in place as early as April to say, as much as the contract might be ready in September, what can we do now at an early stage to redirect the way? We always then started it late, such that the March spike is not even a 2021 issue. It's actually a multiple year issue that we are hoping to eventually sort out. And the instabilities in issues of finance, even I'm an acting CFO. So that also is a problem, and the department is trying to work on it, because we really do need capacity. On issues of organogram, we're also trying to address it there. We should be having a separate supply chain for normal goods and services and for infrastructure procurement. It is very technical, and a small mistake could lead to the entire contract being irregular. However, the department does note issues of poor planning, and we do take the note that we have been doing wrong, and we are really hoping to try. And I think it will start with the capacity that you have already noted. If we can start there, we should be able to proceed. I thought, let me just explain that, Honorable Chairperson, to say it's something that has been long outstanding. And I'd just like to add on the Vukuzake Contractor Development Program. We are starting a contractor development program, but it's not going to be like the Vukuzake one. We will not be issuing tenders through it, so to speak. It's a contractor development program where there's mentorship, there's training, but we cannot as a department devise our own database like we did before. And as a result, it's actually ready to go on advert. We finished the processes at a BSc and BAc level. We should advertise it. We're going to do road shows to try and explain how it's going to work. The reason why it got delayed a bit was because when the court judgment around triple PFA regulations came out in February, we didn't know how we're going to go to the community, how we're going to explain, how is it really going to work? Because at that time we were in limbo. We didn't know how we were going to proceed. Even now, with the draft regulations, one doesn't know how the entire procurement space is going to look like by next year, February. So we are just trying to proceed as it is, but there could be some adjustments made at some point. On issues of accruals and payables, Honorable Governor, to speak and say accruals are a normal thing. I think the issue is the high value of it, as you've raised. If it's too high, it's also an indication of whether we qualify as a going concern, to use a technical term of accounting, and that is why we need to manage them. One of the reasons why when you see us reporting perhaps at a first quarter level to say first quarter, there's also expenditure related to accruals, is the timing of when we do our budget processes. We do our cash flows in February, we start spending in April. We have no way of knowing that there will be a certain accrual at that time. We are thinking we will be paying between February and March, but certain things can happen resulting in unknown accruals due to perhaps disputes with issues of invoices. We're trying to be careful with those, as we've had findings before about how we handle our invoices. So I think from my side, I just wanted to highlight that, Chairperson, and I think on issues of organogram and filling of posts, if I can just allow my colleague, Ms. Ngubo, to assist.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members, the MEC, Chairperson for the Portfolio Committee, and the members of the Portfolio Committee. Chairperson, I'm not going to take the committee back. I'm just going to address the issue adding on the structure that the HOD had outlined at the high level to address the question by the honorable member. Chairperson, we know that historically the department had been restructuring for quite a long time. I will move from 2018, where the structure that we were doing was not concurred by DPSA, which then necessitated us to relook into the comments that they had made. Subsequent to that, honorable members, in 2021, when we were joined by the former MEC, we looked into strategically get involved in other modes of transport, which then necessitated for us to relook into our strategic plan, which was going to look into other modes of transport being incorporated there. We then made a revision of the structure to accommodate and to talk to the strategic plan and also the service delivery model. So, Chairperson, the structure had been done in terms of the draft structure. We started the process in November 2021, and the process was given 6 months. And there was an excision of 2 months with those that were assisting us in terms of putting the structure. As it stands, as the HOD had indicated now, we have a draft structure that is being consulted, honorable members. We have done a plan on how and the time frames in which we anticipate that the structure would have been sent to DPSA for concurrence. We have had a pre-consultation with DPSA just to check the proposed structure that we have, will it be concurred with in terms of the matters that they had raised previously. We have done we'll be doing the costing of the structure, which will be discussed with Treasury. And currently, honorable members have indicated that we have done a pre-consultation. Now, we are going to have a consultation with other stakeholders because it's a document that needs to involve also the organized labor. So we will be consulting because the structure had been given. So we'll be consulting on that. And the anticipation, honorable members, with all the processes of consultation, in as much as they don't vest with us in terms of the control, but we have given 2 weeks, which are going to meet. We are anticipating that the structure will be sent for concurrence around about October. Moving to the post, the critical post that the honourable member has said, we have outlined, honourable members, the critical posts that are not filled within transport, which involves the chief financial officer, the chief director, public and transport freight, chief director, transport infrastructure in the district, and the public transport monitoring and compliance, and the director SCM. I must indicate, honourable members, as HOD has indicated, we had gone through with the process of director SCM. In fact, we have gone through the process to the finality, but the incumbent did not accept the job. We redid the process. Currently, we have done AMA interviews and we have done competency-based assessment. So the status is all the high level or the strategic SMS post processes has commenced, save those that has got an impact on the structure that is being finalized. We have gone through far with the process of recruiting those. With regard to the expedient finalization of the vacant posts, must indicate, honourable members, as HOD had indicated, we had some challenges with regards to in the SMS post where when the SSA had stopped doing the assessment and the vetting of the new coming incumbents. We have now secured an agent that is doing the vetting, that is doing the assessment within the department, and also a DPSA, because for SMS we need to do the competency-based assessment. We have been giving that transversal contract. We have those consultants. So the speed and the manner in which we secure that to do the assessment, it's a bit speedier. And also, honourable members, when you look, as Honourable Governor had indicated, when you are giving statistics of the numbers of the posts that have not been filled, a bulk of those posts, they are coming from infrastructure. Partly of them are the driver operator. I know we have been discussing this for quite some time in this platform and have indicated previously that the benchmarking of the driver operator post had given us problems. We had previously, honourable members, advertised quite a number of posts, and we have embarked on a process of doing, as HOD has indicated, like creating AMA panels that we're just going to sit. As we go, there will be posts that are coming up that are being signed by the HOD. And those that are outstanding, we had requested the Minister of DPSA to see if we cannot get a coordination looking into the requirements. When they did the benchmarking, AMA requirements were too stringent. They were asking for 5 years experience in driving the plant and code 14. And when you look at our plant that we are driving, it's not like the normal other plants. We have plants that does not require code 14. So that's what we're working on, because we had a lot of applications that came in. And if you re-advertise based on those requirements, still going to get to the same contingency of applicants without us, because we've got a program that is actually assisting the driver operators as a training program that will give them the certificate that is also indicated as a requirement in the driver operator. So we've got a process, we've got a plan of fast tracking those that have been that has been authorized by the Office of the Premier to be filled and budgeted for, honourable members. I will not, I think HOD has indicated on the issue of the Nongoma and the Greytown on the status quo of those. And my colleague has actually, and HOD, outlined the issue of Volkswagen, which had that issue of illegality in terms of the compliance. Thank you, honourable members.
Very much for the responses. They sound very practical. And we are noticing a very fast change in the department. We compare the previous years and all the stuff. You seem to be moving to the right direction. Chairperson, I see your hand up. Mancheng.
No, thanks, Chair. Greetings to everyone, the HOD and his delegation, Greetings to the new MEC of Transport. I think there are just few things, Chair, that as the portfolio chairperson, I just wanted to raise to the committee. I think the first one is that I fully agree with you, Chair. There is an improvement. I think with the work that we have been doing with the HOD team and the previous MEC, in particular to deal with all the issues that have been raised by SCOPA as well as the finance and the AG. So you would be able to observe that change. Obviously, it's not at the level where we're comfortable with it. There's still room for improvement. And we're hoping that we will be achieving that. What Honorable de Klerk has raised, it is true, Chair. And, you know, a fundamental process of dealing with a problem is first acknowledging that there's a problem. And I know the department will come up with, in its own analysis, what could be the challenge. But there has been a trend of a failure to spend that only then towards the end of financial year you will see the rush, because now we're going to a financial year. Let's make a typical example on what happened in Feb and March. You saw the increase in terms of the expenditure of the department because of Sanral and the IDT. And if we're to be frank, it is fiscal dumping, because it then tells you, Chair, had you not utilized those two entities, that money couldn't have been spent by the department. That is why then as a portfolio committee, amongst other things, we've insisted on the expenditure planned by the department, which makes us to monitor the trend way before towards the end of the financial year, so that we're able to pick up the trend, and where we feel that they're not moving with the necessary speed that they should be, then we're able to reflect on that. And it's true that amongst the weaknesses that the department, which I think slowly they're improving on, which was affecting the most, was the poor planning of the department, where they're able to have warning lights way ahead that are flashing at them that you ought to move and close a gap in the space, so that you don't get fined in a situation where now you are at the back foot because you could not plan ahead, understanding that you ought to have had an eyesight that was telling you that was going to happen. I think the last one, Chair, which I wanted to raise, which the department is also making a commitment, is the issue of their panels. I think amongst other things, they were indicating that at least by September, the consultant ones on capital project acting CFO, you ought to have finalized the process, because these are amongst the contributory factors that makes them to have difficulty on spending as much as they would have wanted to. Now, it's even worse, Chair. When we have been faced with the disaster that we had been subjected to as a province, you still need to deal with that. It already finds you with some of our roads on very bad conditions. And you can't then have anything that seeks to say you are not able to build new roads, you are not able to maintain the roads, you are not able to build new bridges and so forth. So with that mindset, should tell you that your planning must be way advanced in such a way that all these weaknesses that could impact on implementing such a good plan that they are having, you are able to have been covering that. That is why some of the items where I was speaking about on filling in of post, they become a regular items within the agenda for our portfolio, because we ought to put more pressure on them in ensuring them. And when you speak on the SCM, part of the resolution, Chair, which we agree with the acting CFO, that the instability and the weaknesses that has been existing, part of our resolution is that we will be having an oversight visit. We have said we don't even want them to come to us. We will go to them, because we want to be practical in our response in dealing with it. So I thought I shared those views, Chair, with the understanding of also getting the wisdom and the guidance from this committee on how to further enhance our work as a portfolio committee of transport. And with that note, welcoming the new MEC, Honorable Siphohlo Muga, and with the hope that with the clean audits that he has been able to attain from COCTA, it's what we're eyeing for as the portfolio committee of transport in the Department of Transport. Thanks, Chair.
I saw the hand of Honorable Madlopa wanting to come out for follow-ups. Are you covered, Madam? Okay. Colleagues, we are coming to the end of this engagement, but we are going to have some parting shots as the chairperson of the portfolio committee has done. But firstly, chairperson of the Transport Portfolio Committee, I think your oversight is yielding results as well. Yeah, we are seeing a very, very good improvement in the department. To the department, we are quite impressed about the spending of conditional grants. Your department is dominated by conditional grants with huge amounts of money, but your spending is excellent. So also on the monies that are ring-fenced, you are doing exceptionally well even at that level. Then what we would want to see happening, we know as the Finance Portfolio Committee why you had to abandon, if you have abandoned it, the Vukuzakhe project is because the AG found some faults in it. Some of us were thinking that we were going to correct those faults and then move on, as Honorable Zulu was indicating. That's a legacy project of the former first MEC of transport in this province, Dr. Sbusiso Ndebele. So for you to abandon even the name, if you will ever do that, and then you are erasing history of what the former MECs had done. But anyways, your decision. But what we would want to see happening is a Vukuzakhe-like program with corrections as pointed out by the AG 3 years ago. Then the next thing that we cannot overemphasize is the speedy filling up of vacancies so that the department has capacity to deliver. You deliver by spending the budgets because you can't build the road and then pay for the road and then without having been constructed. I was about to mention this is not a particular province that I don't want to mention, where roads are reported to be finished, yet they were never started. So you can't spend if you have got no capacity. We are quite happy that you are focusing on the post-fillings. Then another thing we need to point out, as honorable members indicated, you are one of the two departments that overspent the budget against the PFMA. Yeah, I want that to be known, even if it is R1, then when it comes to hundreds of thousands, when it comes to 1 million, it's huge enough for you to go that route. I wonder if you will be happy if SCOPA takes a decision and then make it a first charge against your current budget. I don't believe you will be comfortable. And don't go that far because SCOPA is noticing the increase in the number of departments that are overspending their budgets. So we wanted just to make that known to you. Then the quarry thing is also taking too long. And the huge outcry in the rural areas. And I don't know where do you spend the money that is supposed to be improving the road infrastructure in the rural areas. Because there's a lot of outcry out there that government is neglecting rural roads. We don't want our people down there in the rural areas, 56% of the population, not to get critical services like the road infrastructure. So that thing of a standoff between yourselves and Ingonyama Trust, because we are telling us that you are not meeting with them. I'm committing myself immediately after finishing the hearings today. I will phone the chairperson of that thing called the Ngonyama Trust and then indicate that I'm getting information that there has not been a meeting. This is the third year, if I'm not mistaken. The quarry matter is coming up and all the stuff, and it disadvantages our own people in the rural areas. So we are rural people ourselves, so we would not want, even the Kokstad guys, when they go to that little town by Drankensberg, they might be going through the shortcuts, which are rural roads. So that's the thing. If they are not drivable, it's a problem. Then the last thing, to Manchinga. The legislature of KwaZulu-Natal, I can't remember when was it, but during the 5th Parliament, took a decision that says portfolio committees must demand monthly expenditures from government departments. It's an old resolution. I can't even remember when was it taken. So that, because I can see you are very much energetic, and I'm telling you in front of the HOD, so that when he jumps around saying you are demanding the unreasonable, you are coming up with unreasonable demands, he would know that before he came as an HOD, there is a decision of the Finance Portfolio Committee that was unanimously adopted by the legislature. That's why it is no longer the Finance Committee resolution. It is the legislature resolution. Why we took that resolution is because underspending of budgets was rampant in government. Then we came up with that and all the stuff, so that you are not having a problem of them coming towards the end of the financial year, rushing to spend and whatever. Better be consistent with them. Keep on demanding, even if they are not going to formally present it, then they indicate in the previous month, we spent X amount of money. This is what was budgeted for to be spent and all the stuff. When you do the overall quarterly assessment of the performance of government, of the department, you would be having how they are doing it monthly, because the CFO agreed with you that indeed is becoming a chronic problem, this thing of spending towards the end of the financial year in the department. So we want to thank you, HOD. We want to thank the MEC Shomuga. We want to thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for gracing our meeting. And then we also wanted to thank the officials of the Department of Transport. And I think you should be happy that we are noticing the improvement on your part. And the HOD that is all on the ball, someone was sending me, I won't disclose the identity of that person. He says, hey, Pate, KK, that HOD is on the ball. Really, he understands issues as an accounting officer. Thank you very much. Just for the bonus for your good presentation, would request that you go via the kitchen and get something to drink. So thank you very much. Honorable members, we are not going to break now because we agreed with the Department of Social Development that it will come at 12:30. So the time now is already after 12:30. I hope they have connected. Those officials who are around must be invited to come in. We received an apology from the HOD. She has to be at Amajuba to sort out some challenges there because there is a new MM. She is deployed there. There is a program that she would have to assist so that the new MM finds his feet very, very well. And have been told that, she indicated that she would connect virtually. And I've also been told that the same with the MEC. She will connect virtually as well. So that's what I was reliably informed. So having said all that, we will humbly invite the MEC for Social Development to make the remarks before we allow the department to make a presentation on the closeout of 2021-2022 financial year. Yes, Honorable MEC. Manje DTG animconnected MEC wami.
Connected, Chair.
Okay, yes, Honorable MEC, can you make your remarks, Madam?
Thank you and greetings to you, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to the colleagues, honorable members. Greetings to our support staff. Greetings to the department led by the HOD. I understand she has been connected virtually. Greetings to everyone, Chair. It is our pleasure to come forward and to be able to present on behalf of the department to this committee. This one, Chair, you can take it very light, but it's a very important committee because it shapes us as a department and as MECs. It gives us enough support. In fact, it gives us it is just an extended arm in our department, because the way the department chairperson, I become surprised at some point that the chairperson knows every rand and cent about the departments. So we applaud you for that, chairperson. And coming to this, to come forward to this committee, we are just revived as the department. In fact, we get the support we require, and where we have had some izinto esibona ukuthi we didn't do well, we are given opportunity to just to go back and keep ourselves in order. Chairperson, we are resilient enough, we are committed, and we are resourceful. Today, we are looking back on what we have done and the challenges we present as at a closeout report. And looking back, Chair, on the extraordinary life of resilience and commitment, former President Mandela said, and I quote, "I'm fundamentally an optimist. Whether that comes from nature or nature, I cannot say. Part of being optimistic is keeping one's head pointed towards the sun, one's feet moving forward." There were many dark moments when my faith in humanity was sorely tested, but I would not and could not give myself up to despair. That way lays defeat and death. Close quotes. Lamazwi ke ka President Mandela keeps us going as someone who is leading the department and my team of the social development team. The passage above speaks very well when paying attention to challenges faced by the Department and Social Development due to budget cuts, Honorable Chairperson. The budget cuts which we have experienced, there are, Chair, the unavoidable circumstances. If we can look at those, you can mention in terms of insecurity, we are not doing well. The department is not 100% not doing well in terms of security. But you can see that it is one of those unavoidable situations because we have new facilities which can not be left unattended, Chair. So it needs, because it can be vandalized. With the situation we are faced with as of now, whereby people do their own way, things their own way, the behavior of Abantu has changed. You cannot say you have a facility here and believe that they will take care of it as the communities. So I believe, Chair, we need to instill the sense of ownership among the members of the communities. Because if government built some facilities, government tries very hard to do or deliver service delivery in their areas, and it is left there for them to protect. But it is unfortunate that it is the other way around. And the budget cuts, Chair, have shown us the something else. We need to consider reviewing our targets. That's what I've identified. Because of our inability to increase our services to people as of now due to budget cuts, we cannot even buy the tools of trade which are required by the department. So you can see that we have very limited resources. And after all these, your COVID-19, your disaster, we are left with a dilemma in our department. The budget cuts mean we need to cut on the staff we have. Yet what we are seated with is the staff which cannot be, which cannot get paid at some point because of these cuts. So you can see that we did present, Chair, that it's about 800 plus or minus 800. It's about 780 employees who cannot be paid. And on the other hand, there are expectations, Chair, that social workers belong to social development. We get matches by social workers expecting to be employed by social development, but unfortunately, budget cuts led us to failing of adding more employees to our department. That's just a few words from my side, Chairperson. The HOD is going to lead the head team to give the report and respond to what was requested by yourselves. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. I hope, as you have indicated, your HOD has connected. So what we would want to indicate to the department is that we received your presentation on time We went through it and we are ready to engage with you. So we are ready, want you to know that. Having said that, we hope that when you are going to be presenting your report, you will be giving the summarized version of that report. That's one point that I wanted to mention. To the honorable members, like the Department of Transport, the issues that were raised by Treasury on the Grey Book are responded to in writing by DSD on a separate document. That's what I wanted just to mention, so that you are not getting very much confused in case you might be. So having said so, we're handing over to the head of department and her team to make the presentation. Mamu HOD.
Thank you very much, Honorable opportunity for us to present. Indeed, we did provide the report with the responses. We will highlight some issues that has been raised. I know that the Honorable MEC has covered some of the issues that we have. I will start with the item with regard to item number 1 on the compensation of employees. Or there is an indication that you might not have seen me. Is the same HOD, Honorable Chair? Thank you. This is the outline in terms of the revenue, budget performance, conditional grants, infrastructure spending, specifically and exclusively appropriated allocations, as well as matters that were raised by Treasury. Maybe I will cover the matters that were raised by Treasury. We do have Honorable Chairperson, the new manager, the director, responsible for finance, who then assumed the responsibilities that were formerly managed by Mr. Mngomezulu. We have Mrs. Mpanza. I think maybe I can request her to be the one who make a presentation, because when we have meetings with the provincial treasurer, they are saying she was assigned to support us as social development when she competed for a post of a director in the department. May I request her to make this presentation, and then I will come last. Chairperson, thank you very much. Mrs. Panza.
Miss Stella Penn's presentation as requested by HOD. Connected nje lo mawukhona Mngometulu. Is she connected? Okay, no, let the CFO do the presentation if that lady is not connected.
Yeah. If she is not, we can proceed.
Greetings to Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Honorable MEC, HOD, and colleagues. As indicated by the Honorable Chair, that the members have received the report and have a look at it. I'll just highlight on a brief summary, not to bore the members with reading all the narrative that is in the presentation. Starting from the revenue, as a department, we over-collected our revenue by 2.159 million which is 121.7%. Areas that made us to collect more, we collected more on sale of capital assets because of the auction that we had on for the redundant equipment and vehicles. So we over collected by 1.4 million, and on transactions in financial assets and liabilities, we also over collected by 2.9 million. We under collected on sale of goods and services other than capital assets. We only collected 72.3% of the estimated actual. This is because of the commissions that we are deducting on PESAL, on insurance, because of the staff exits and the natural attrition. We then see our revenue on commissions lowering, and there are no appointments that are taking place in the department. As well as the Osizweni Handicraft Center, which has not been operational because the operations were halted because of the COVID-19 restrictions. But we have since resumed operation at Osizweni. So during the new financial year, we will be collecting revenue on products that are sold, the handicrafts that is produced. In terms of the budget performance, the 3 programs overspent, which is program 1, 2, and 4, and program 3 and 5 underspent the allocations. In program 3, the reasons for underspending, it's on goods and services, the fleet management. We underspent on that item because of KZN motor vehicles not functioning, traveling much at the beginning of the financial year because of the lockdown, and meetings were taking place virtually, as well as the fact that the officials were approved to use the Scheme B, to use their private vehicles on official because of the hijackings that the department is suffering. And the officials are even scared of driving the KZN motor vehicle. And under transfers, we also underspent in this program, mostly because of the presidential stimulus package, which was paid to the ECD practitioners, because the process was managed at national DSD, and the provincial department was only receiving the batches to process the payments after verification has been done. So things were very slow. The process was very slow in such a way that the contractor that was appointed, the contract expired and they had to reappoint the contractor. So those were the delays that resulted in the department underspending on the allocation for program 3 in respect of the grant. In terms of restorative services, we overspent slightly because of the increase in the number of GBV plus F cases that were increasing. So against the allocation, which is not adequate. So we overspent because of that under program 4. If I may move to the next page that looks into the economic classification.
because I've spoken to programs. Compensation of employees, we underspent. We only spent 99.7. This was because of the contracts, some of the contracts that were not renewed because we were projecting to overspend, and as a department, we were hoping that the GBV social workers, which had an allocation of 30 million, of 20 million, were going to be appointed within the 21-22 financial year. It didn't happen, and we resulted to expenditure being at 99.7. We underspent by 4.9 million. In terms of goods and services, we exceeded the allocation because of the accruals that we carried from the 2020-21 financial year. As the honorable members would remember that we, after surrendering the 130 million to bail out the Department of Education, we received high volumes of invoices from our district offices in such a way that we had to stop the processing of payments. We closed BUS earlier. So those accruals cause pressure in the budget for goods and services. And in addition to that, the security services, as alluded by the Honorable MEC, are also a problem in the department because they are not adequately provided. The expenditure that we incurred last year, honorable members, is 331 million on property payments. And the allocation that we have during the current year is only 182 million. We still have that huge problem in terms of property payments in this budget. We also exceeded the allocation for machinery and equipment because of the bulk buying that we had to make because of the tools of trade that were vandalized and stolen during the July unrest. So we underestimated the cost of the replacement when we were preparing our adjustments estimates last year. So we ended up exceeding on machinery and equipment. However, we underperformed in terms of the non-profit institutions. As indicated, the bulk of the underspending is under Program 3, mostly because of the Presidential Employment Initiative grant, and in Program 2 because of residential facilities in respect of older persons that were not fully functional, were not operating in full capacity because new intake didn't occur because of the lockdown, COVID-19 lockdown restrictions. If you look at the report, we underspent by 59.587 million, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, yet we underspent on specifically and exclusively allocated funds, which means we have utilized the indirectly the budget for this item or for this category. The problem that we are having, just to clarify a little bit, Chair and Honorable Members, is that the operational budget of the department is not adequate.
it is not equal to the obligations of the department. Yet the service delivery budget is well provided. And even if we are getting the additional allocations in terms of bids that are from national, most of them are for service delivery, and a little goes to the operational. And in the previous years, when we prepared the budget, there was an emphasis from the provincial treasury that we need to reprioritize, and any savings that we realize, we push them to service delivery. So in that situation, then operational budget is now suffering, and the budget cuts that we suffered during the 2020-21 financial year took a huge chunk from both operational and core, but more was taken from operational in terms of COE. Goods and services was also cut. Capital payments were also reduced. So the reason why we are finding ourselves spending the non-profit institutions budget indirectly is because of that the operational budget is lower compared to the service delivery budget. And the other fact is that when the budget cuts were done, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, we heard that Department of Education, Department of Health, Department of Social Development were to be protected. But we did not get e-protection. I'm not sure whether the other department were protected, but social development was not protected. It was the provincial council's resolution that those departments be protected, but we were not protected as social development. In terms of the conditional grants, maybe to touch on, we underspend on ECD grants. We spent fully the allocation that was earmarked for the EPWP. We spent 100% of that. ECD was underspent because of the reasons I alluded to earlier. And in terms of the infrastructure, we underperformed. We underspent our allocation. We did not spend it fully by 14.88 million. However, the side of maintenance was overspent because of the accruals that we paid. And on the other categories, we underspent, like in the new infrastructure projects, mainly due to delays in the appointment of service providers, and we overspent on leases. That is the other area that is inadequately funded. The office accommodation that we have hired, they are eating a lot, yet the department doesn't have enough budget. I think the matters the matters raised by Provincial Treasury. We also attended to them as well. Maybe with the permission of Chair, I don't know whether I can also present them as well.
I don't think there's a need because we have given the whole picture of your department. I think it's enough, Mgometu.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Honorable members, we're handing over to you for questions of clarity and comments. I see the hand of Honorable Rogers, who was on leave for vote number 12, something that is not common. Only one hand that I see. Oh, hand of Honorable de Klerk, there's the second hand. Honorable Governor, we see your hand. So in that order, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks for the presentation. Chair, I'm going to, as I said earlier, I'm going to say this ad nauseum and probably irritate you. But here's a classic example, and we just heard in the presentation, where the operational budget is now out of sync. And we're finding that the department's overspending on the operational budget. The reality is that over time, spending pressures change and they vary. And unless we go back to a zero-based budget, we're not going to get this right. This is going to happen year in and year out. We've got to balance the actual budgets on the demands of expenditure in the realm of operations today. Having said that, and also having listened to the MEC, I tell you what one of my biggest concerns is, and I do a comparative between this department and the Department of Education, where the Department of Education has also had National Treasury cuts, equitable share cuts, and it's certainly put enormous pressure on them, so much so that they've overspent. But social development, even though they continually complain about cuts, they continually underspend. This is not a new phenomenon with social development. It's an ongoing phenomenon. And the biggest concerns, of course, is, as always, that the service delivery in this department ends up being the biggest culprit. And quite honestly, the MEC is quite correct. We've been through COVID, we've been through floods, we've been through all sorts of disasters. Now more than ever, this is a critical department when it comes to assisting the poorest of the poor. But yet we continually see that those particular programs that should be addressing those social desperation or desperate communities fails to meet its targets. So one of the issues I picked up, and that was under the Conditional Grants expenditure, and that was the ECD grant. Now, the department blames National DSD. So I'd like to know from the department if, in fact, this is DSD National's, the result of DSD National, then what happens to that under expenditure of 82 million in that ECD grant and that conditional grant? Do we in fact retain that money, or do we in fact lose that money? I'm going to, I just wanted to speak overall, Chair. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. On the zero-based budgeting, it's quite time-consuming. And we have already very difficult compliance just with clean audits as we have. So it is a good system, but I doubt it if those departments will comply. And that's my little bit to say today. I've just looked at the matters of discussion and compared it. Well, matters of discussion, I read challenges. And compare it to other departments. There is 5 pages from page 218 to 222 of these challenges in our report. It's vastly more than any other department. So just on that, without going into all of it, you have dealt with it in your report. There's clearly a problem, and you'll have to deal with these issues, because otherwise it won't get less, it will get 10 pages next time. Thank you.
Very much, Honorable Kavenda.
Thanks, Chairperson. Chairperson, a couple of things. I did mention earlier on that there seems to be a tendency with these bigger departments of using funds which were not for purposes for which they were not authorized. And you can see the same tendency here, Chairperson. And this one, like education, has been going through this motion. They had 1,235 posts approved by the Office of the Premier. But what they then did is in 22-23, they continued to fill vacant posts in 21-22 without obtaining or following the processes as dictated by the cost-cutting circular of Treasury. So it means outside of the funded posts that had been approved, they continued filling posts. This is a problem, Chairperson, because it's like, the house is on fire and you just carry on, adding fuel to it. So really, Chairperson, the non-adherence to the guidelines that were set, those guidelines were not set because of fun. They were set because there were financial constraints. Budgets were cut. And although, as the HOD said, these departments are supposed to be protected, etc., doesn't mean that because you're protected, you go and do your own thing. It really costs money. And now, when you have the over-expenditure, they have over-expenditure of 58 point some odd million, where who's going to subsidize that over-expenditure? Right? Because the provincial purse is depleted. Other departments have been trying to make ends meet, and there isn't going to be sympathy for this. So that's the one issue, Chairperson. The second issue, and I really am concerned, is about the Early Childhood Development Conditional Grant and the PYEI, right? Because what has been happening here is that there has been underspending. And the underspending here is twofold. There was funding that was rolled over from 2021. So the department received a rollover, but it didn't spend the money. So that money can't be rolled over yet. Those funds are going to go back to the National Treasury. This is now in the light of saying that you are cash strapped. You get a rollover, you can't spend it. But then also, they've underspent the ECD grant. They wanted a rollover request for 38.245 million, which they say was unspent but committed at year end. But they underspent the ECD grant by 82.415 million, which is larger than the underspending of the vote as a whole. So there's a problem there, Chairperson. Then, Chairperson, I'd like to know what's going on with the Ray and Konyeni Youth Center. That youth center has a very auspicious name, right? Somebody who contributed his life to the struggle in our country. And you find that the youth center named after him is not functional. And we are being told that the department underspent by 2.7 million in relation to this. And they now say that they are going to be taking over the running of the center because they anticipate operational challenges. So I'd like to know exactly what's going on with the Ray and Konyeni Youth Center. It hasn't even been commissioned, but they're already saying they anticipate challenges. And this is a problem. You don't have the problem, but you think that there's going to be a problem, so you're going to take it over, and therefore you underspend. Then, Chairperson, well, I spoke about the posts that were filled without obtaining the necessary approval. And, Chairperson, my real concern also is that there's been this toing and froing between the Department of Social Development and the Department of Education. And they said that they wanted, 38.804 million. There was provisional approval granted by National Treasury in terms of the rollover from the National DST. And of course, this exceeds the amount that actually has been overspent. But the department then said that they had not committed this 38.804 million by year end. And they also need to clarify who would pay this 21-22 commitment. They seem to be of the view that it should be the Department of Education, whereas in fact, it's a commitment or funds that they have spent on their watch. And it would appear that Treasury is of the view that those funds should be paid for by DST. So I want confirmation that DST is going to pay these funds. You can't go and lump this on DOE when you yourself receive those funds and you incur the expenditure. So we want that commitment. Okay, and then there's a whole issue around the PATA CYCC, and here they say that there was over expenditure as a result of upgrades and additions. But this was not listed in the 17 projects that the department had put as being needing updating and upgrading and additions. And it seems like now there's another explanation about the funds being misallocated. There's a whole lot of toing and froing, Chairperson. What exactly are the funds to be used for? Are they for upgrades and additions? Have they been misallocated? And they've now taken it out, according to Treasury, from their explanation, and they haven't provided reasons. So it's an outstanding matter, and we'd like to hear what's going on there as well. Okay, Chairperson, I think I want for me, the issues are the unauthorized filling of posts, right? The carry-through costs of posts that have been filled but have not been budgeted for over the MTEF. So yes, you fill the post now, but in the next 2 or 3 years, what's going to happen? How are they going to be funded? That is an issue. Then there's also this issue of the unauthorized expenditure, the loss of funds to the National Revenue Fund. There's no rollover of the balance of ECD funds. And if this is going to be met, it's going to have to come from provisional own revenues. Then there's also the accruals. There are year-end accruals of 109.835 million, and they say they're going to pay them in 22-23. So there's a lot of issues, Chairperson, with this department, and it concerns me because the department had cleaned up its act. It received a decent audit outcome previously, and now with all these issues, I am concerned that this department is not going to receive the kind of audit opinion that it should get. There's also the issues around food parcels and vouchers. We need a quantification of that. How many were distributed? Where were they distributed? Who were the beneficiaries? Because it's the issue of accountability. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Zulu indicated that he was interested.
Chair, I think I'm covered most of the issues that have been raised by Honorable Maggie Govender, but just only two. The first one is the issue of organogram of DST. May I check in terms of the management that do they have only one DDG or 3 DDGs? Why am I asking this? I'm looking to the programs of which it has a lot of work in their programs. And when you look at the management, we have only one DDG within the structure. I don't know whether maybe is it because of the their new organogram or their organogram that is existing. Then the second one is the issue of shelters in eThekwini. I think these shelters were meant for COVID-19, but still you can see them. I don't know whether are they still relevant, or is now the shelters for the people from who doesn't have any place to stay, and that person will just come in and reside to that shelter. I think these are the questions that I have. Thanks, Chair.
Much. I think you got all the questions. There are too many questions. I was monitoring myself as to whether I will be covered by the honorable members. Indeed, I was covered. I hope you are going to clear. I think it was the first question by Honorable Rogers, which Honorable Governor also raised. The under expenditure of 59 million, but of 59 million, yet the conditional grant is at 82 point something. I wish to know that response. It's a very critical question. And I'm hearing, honorable members, that there's money that you must repay to the national. I don't know what is it for, and all this. How did it come about? Isn't in conflict with the legislature position that says no cent from KZN must revert to the National Revenue Fund. All those things would be interested. So we are going to start with you, HOD, and your team to respond.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Thank you for the questions. We will be responding to the questions as the team. Maybe if we can start with the question that was last asked by Honorable Zulu with regard to the shelters in eThekwini. We can indicate that the shelters that I think she is referring to, those that are run by eThekwini municipalities, where municipality eThekwini, they do have a program where they are supporting persons that live or maybe work in the streets with different programs, and they even offer them with soup kitchens, but it's not necessarily the program by the Department of Social Development, but we do work together even with other municipalities in terms of supporting those persons. I remember that during COVID-19, when it started, there was that resolution that there must not be people loitering around in the streets as a way of curbing the spread of COVID-19. So there is a program that eThekwini is running, and I think they are doing well, because in some other areas they even have soup kitchens where they support those people. In other areas, those that are affected even now by the floods, they utilize the same shelters that are available in those areas. Honorable Chair, I think in one of the meetings, if I'm not mistaken, we did cover the challenges with regard to the conditional grant, especially the one that was going to assist the youth as a stimulus package, where we had the Department of Social Development in the province being at the receiving end in terms of the implementation of the program, but the larger part of the program was implemented, done by the national department in terms of identifying those ECDs that applied for support for the stimulus package. And then lastly, then the department will be given the list of those so that we pay them accordingly. But in some instances, it turned out that some of the people that registered with the, because they do the online application, some we couldn't locate them as a result, so we couldn't make payments to those ECDs, because the people did not come forward, those that were supposed to receive or benefit. Hence, we couldn't, then that rollover couldn't then come back to the province. I think if that is what the question is referring to in terms of that problem as far as ECD is concerned. With regard to the issue of the unauthorized filling in of the position, maybe I think we need to indicate that we did not overspend as far as the issue of the filling in of the post as the Department of Social Development. When you look into the people, the officials that were appointed, we appointed officials based on the advertisement that we have. I think in one of the responses, Honorable Chair, we did indicate how we have secured the support to actually fill the post that we had. In the earlier responses as we were presented, we did indicate that as a department, there was a shortfall of filling in of about 800 posts. When budget cuts were made, the cut was even made on the warm bodies that are there. So as a result, you find that even if there are vacancies that are being experienced by the department, but you couldn't fill those vacancies because of the fact that the warm bodies are 800 of them could not be paid. Like at this point in time, it's 787. I think that was also highlighted in our earlier presentation that we couldn't fill. But we did receive the approval to fill the post. Those posts that were filled, that we filled were posts, were contract posts, but not the permanent post that the department was able to fill as a result of the challenges that we had, Chairperson. I must also, Chairperson, indicate that in terms of the vacancies that we have, maybe if
we no longer hear you, Madam HOD.
Okay, all right. Apologies, Chairperson. But we want to confirm that it's only the contract post that we filled, but even the contracts that we have reduced the number because there are some of them that we couldn't fill after the end of the financial year, that is the end of March. But we do have that pressure in terms of actual employment of the officials because of budget cuts, Chairperson, because you can see, I remember in one of the meetings that we attended for the finance committee, where you wanted to know how many posts we're going to fill. We knew the vacancies because of the people leaving the department due to natural attrition, but only to find that because of the budget cuts, those posts, they do not appear to be funds for those positions. They do not appear to be available because of the budget cuts, as the CFO has responded to, Chairperson. With regard to the organizational structure, Chairperson of the department, currently we have got only one DDG, but we should be having another DDG for in terms of Program 5, but it's only one at this point in time. With regard to the, I think Pata, the DDG can respond to that one. But Pata was under construction and renovation, in fact, a Pata Child and Youth Care Center. In fact, we have earmarked that Child and Youth Care Center, Chairperson, to actually consider a court order where we were asked to actually I mean, the court order was directing the department to consider the issue of the servicing the children with disruptive behaviors, because this is a gray area for us as the Department of Social Development in the province, and BADA has been also identified to look into that as well. CFO, I think you can cover some of them, the questions and the DDG. We have Ms. Dr. Klaba, I think, can cover also the issue of the Reinkonyeni Youth Center as well.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members. Just to add on what HOD was saying regarding the filling of posts, that these are the contracts that are supporting on the support side. Most of them are in finance and SCM and few for HR. And we can't do without, because if we do not renew these contracts, we will not fulfill what is required by the financial prescripts, the segregation of duties, because we are doing it to avoid fraud and corruption that might occur. Even if the department were to be put under administration and the treasury runs the department, they would do the same, because those people are required to be there. Otherwise, the department, the audit opinion would be an adverse opinion if we do not do that. Yes, the matters raised by treasury are more compared to other departments. If you look at the report, that is also worrying us, because when we discuss with treasury, we clarify the issues, but they want to keep them in the report, even though they are clarified. With regard to the underspending on the ECD stimulus package, we closed the 2021 financial year with a balance of 79.9 million, which we applied for a rollover because there were beneficiaries that we as a department, we still had to pay. And it was approved. We continue processing the payments in terms of the batches that we were receiving from National. But they were coming in drips and drabs until the contract of the service provider who was running the show expired. And there was a time when the department was not receiving any batches. But it continued after they have appointed another service provider. During the adjustments estimates, while we were trying to push the spending on the rollover, there was a top up of 38.4 million for the same category, Residential Employment Initiative grant. As a province, we did not want that money, and even other provinces too didn't want that money, because they had also applied for a rollover. They were battling to pay to spend that conditional grant, because the batches that were coming from National were coming at a slow pace. We were saying as a department that if National gave us this project to run, we would run it better than it was run, because we had no control. So we could not spend fully the 79 million that was rolled over because of that process. So we could not also request the rollover for the second time of the 79 million. So National directed us to request the rollover for 38 million, and that 38 million, when it is approved, it must be allocated to Department of Education. But what we saw after writing that submission requesting the rollover to Treasury, the money was reallocated to the department. The issue of commitment that the honorable member Governor is talking about, that we are saying as social development, we do not have commitments because the function shift has moved to ECD to Department of Education. So there is no mandate that we have as a department to continue paying the ECD because all things were done. The signing of the PMOC was done, and everything was moved to the Department of Education. So the 38 million we are communicating with the Treasury to say that this money must be removed from us because even at national, the service provider that was running the process has been moved to the Department of Education at national to continue with the process. So, which means the Department of Education will be receiving the batches as we were receiving to process the claims. Because as a department, all the claims that were received were processed up to end of March. The other issue of PATA that there's misallocation that occurred, we clarified the issue to provincial treasurer. And in the matters raised that we submitted to honorable members, page 13 is responding to what the issue of PATA is, that when the project commenced, it was classified as refurbishment and rehabilitation. However, the scope of work was changed when the implementing agent commenced with the upgrade to be upgrades and additions. Therefore, the department could not. The department will amend the IRM accordingly going forward. So the issue of misallocation was that we were supposed to have classified the expenditure for UPATA as refurbishment and rehabilitation, which when we received the IDA from Department of Public Works, it was classified as upgrades and additions. So we had to allocate it according to what the IDA is saying. And by the time we were preparing this report, we had already submitted our AFS to AG. So the channels that we were going to be doing, we were going to do them on the face of the annual financial statements. So if AG then comes back to look at the supporting documentation of the journal that we are processing and find it that it is talking about upgrades and addition, and yet we are classifying the expenditure under rehabilitation capital, that will be a misclassification also. So we decided not to tamper with the allocation as it was allocated correctly, because we are saying here the scope of the project was changed when the service provider was on the site. I think I covered all. I think Dr. Baba can come in with the Reinkonyeni issue. Thank you, Honorable Chair and members.
Are you on the line, on Dr. Baba?
Greetings, Chairperson. Greetings, honorable members and MEC and colleagues. I'm online. With regards to the Reinkonyeni Youth Center, let me explain that as the department, when we started the program of the youth centers, our strategy was to work with communities around where the centers are built for partnerships in running those centers so that communities would have a role to play in the centers that operate within their environment. But when we were about to get the Reinkonyeni Center operational, there was a bit of jostling within the local community about which NPO would be responsible to partner with the department in running the center. And that jostling delayed us quite a bit. It delayed the functional operation of the center. We then decided that due to those delays, we cannot delay further the delivery of services. We were going to take over the running of the center ourselves. And as a result, working with the Department of Higher Education and Training through the SIED TVET College, we have begun a process of getting the center running. It is now running. At this stage, we are commissioning the industrial equipment which is used at the center. The industrial equipment which we are commissioning are the machinery that is used for carpentry, machinery that is used for industrial designs, for sewing. That's the commissioning part which is happening at the moment. But the behavior change programs, the life skills programs are happening at the center. The center is functional. We have seconded our officials to manage the running of the center. I must also indicate, Chairperson, that we have since as a department approved a youth development policy as well as a model for the management of the youth development academies and youth centers. All of these kinds of structures were managed in partnership with NPOs in the local communities where these are built. But we've since taken over all of those and we're running them as a department because of the problems that we've been experiencing in these partnerships. The mismanagement of funds in some areas, the contestation amongst the community members about which NPO to partner with the department, the continuous challenges that have been raised in terms of the capacity of the NPOs to manage these complex operations and the programs that are delivered there. We've realized that that is exposing us to higher risks. Rather, we run those centers on our own using our capacity. I must also indicate here that in areas where we've tried to build the capacity of the NPOs in the local community to manage the center, we found that our officials spent a lot of time supporting those NPOs to run the centers instead of the NPOs being independently running the centers. So we're not deriving value for money in that partnership. And in fact, we realized that our officials are actually running the centers instead of the NPOs because of the capacity challenges. So that's why we revised our policy on youth development in the department, and then also looked at the management model of these facilities. And that management model has indicated to us that indeed we need to run these facilities ourselves. But I must say that the Youth Konyeni the Reinkonyeni Youth Center is now running. We are commissioning the industrial equipment for sewing and carpentry, which we are anticipating that it should be completed by the end of September. And at that point, we will have this facility, the Reinkonyeni Youth Center running at full capacity. We've also partnered with local business in the area who are assisting us in terms of the exit opportunities for young people. And the choice of the programs that are being run are influenced by the economic drivers in the local community, so that there is a clear exit strategy for the young people who are participating in those programs in that facility. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anything that you have to respond to, DDG?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to the Honorable MEC and the Honorable members. I think I only have one issue, Honorable Chair, that I would like to talk to. But before I talk to that one, I just want to go a little bit back to the issue that my colleagues have covered in terms of the ECD conditional grant. You indicated, Chair, that it is one of the important issues that we really do not allow even a cent to leave the province. And I just want to indicate, even in terms of this conditional grant, that there was a time through the MEC where we had to write to the national office to indicate that the 38 million that we were receiving was not going to be utilized because we were already struggling with the previous amount that they had given us because of the process that was followed. But unfortunately, we did not win. And our request was not granted because we felt that probably it can be allocated to some other areas where we have needs as a department. In terms of the SRD, I just want to indicate that I think it's in terms of slide 16 of the report for matters that were raised by Treasury. We did indicate that as a department, we were able to spend about 50 million. And as a result of that, about 63,900 beneficiaries were reached. We were also able to reach beneficiaries through the donations that we received, because there were donations that we received through the Church of Latter-day Saints, as well as I think it was that church only that was able to assist us during that period. We have been able to distribute all those food parcels to different communities in the different districts. And there is, I think we have information that is available that is talking to that. It was further talking to the fact that in terms of this financial year, how are we then going to be able to ensure that we are able to reach to assist particularly the victims of floods in eThekwini, as well as the other districts that were affected. We want to indicate that, yes, we do have challenges in terms of the budget for SRD because it is not enough. But even in this financial year, we are also receiving quite a lot of donations from different NGOs that are assisting the department to be able to provide services to the people that are affected by the floods. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have received the responses. There were too many questions. Would want to
close, Chair.
Sorry?
MEC, before you close.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, I appreciate the questions raised by honorable members, and they seek to assist us as a department. What the concern I have, Chairperson, we have issues which are being clarified, but those matters do not leave our books. They are still there. After being clarified, after having discussed, but they still remain with us. We don't know how to better handle them as of now. The other one, Chairperson, is I'm concerned about the funds which are just given to us just at the 11th hour given to us. That is fiscal dumping by the national department. So we indicated to them that we are not expecting these funds because we are still struggling with the funds which were allocated for that. The other one, Chair, are the employees which were on contract. In fact, I took it upon myself just to go to take a lengthy way to look at it because it has been raised several times. I said to the department, let them bring the list of these employees so that we can see when did this employee start in the department. What I found, Chair, is that the employees, those were the renewed contracts. In fact, there were very few new employees on contract. They just renewed the old contracts. It should not look as if the department had employed new workers on contract. So I want to concur, Chair, with with Honorable Zulu in saying we need to revisit our organogram. That's what we are doing as of now, because we in our reviewal, it shows that the department is overloaded. Our employees are overloaded. We have Dr. Kabanje, for instance, who is a chief director to another program, whereas a chief director for program 5. So you can see that most of them are overloaded. We've got one DDG, but if you go to the organogram, we should be having at least 2 DDGs if it goes according to our organogram. So we are reviewing and we are looking forward to that. Lastly, Chair, it looks as if we are still gonna be sitting with gender-based violence for quite some time. Our responsibility as social development is for prevention, protection, and support to our victims of gender-based violence. And what would be the best for us is to prevent before anything occurs. But as of now, we try by all means. We have developed some innovations in saying, how about having some stickers, having some whatever, which will tell a person about our concern about gender-based violence. But I see it as an audit query. On the other hand, gender-based violence is escalating. So it needs us to be innovative about it. So that's my plea, Chairperson, in saying we still need to do more in terms of keeping the scourge of gender-based violence. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Outside this meeting, I will be clarified around the question of the money that the National Treasury wants to recall as to whether the money is for the 2021-2022 financial year or 2022-2023 financial year. Because I'm getting very much confused. Normally, I don't get easily confused. If the money came before the transfer of ECD to education, which happened in April. It's quite clear who is responsible for that money. But if it is the money that came when the ECD was transferred together with the money to education, then education will be responsible. I'm getting very much confused as to why there's a mention of education and DST, and why National Treasury wants it from DST. It sends a message to me that the money went to the books of the ECT of DST. Therefore, DST is supposed to be responsible for it, because they were supposed to be utilizing it, unless the function shifted before what I'm cutting off. I don't know why my memory tells me that the function shift happened on the 1st of April. I don't know why I'm having that, but I could be mistaken, but I will get it outside through the HOD, the TTG, and the CFO. So that's what I wanted just to indicate. Is confusing a lot to me. I hope I will be not a confused sample. Then the first thing that would want the department to know is what was analyzed by Honorable Rogers and Honorable Cavett. If it is true, as you have confirmed, that your underspending was 59 point something million rand, yet you underspent on the conditional grant by 82 million rand, it is quite clear that you utilize the money for the conditional grants for another purpose. Then the question is, were you permitted to do so in terms of the law? I don't want to enter into that terrain, but you see what is my line of thinking is all about. But what we have said as the legislature of KwaZulu-Natal is that money that is allocated for the specific purpose, it must be spent as such. That's what the Public Finance Management Act is saying. That's one part that I wanted to. I do have a very big suspicion that we have utilized money for conditional grants somewhere else. But if I'm mistaken, you will clarify me outside this meeting. The second thing that we think that the department would have to correct, I don't know this thing. I'm hearing from you, and I heard it from the Treasury and from the Grey Book, that there was this ECD grant program, and the money is in KZN, but someone else in Pretoria or Cape Town is running the program. Highly confusing to me as to why this thing is not sorted out. If then the underspending is arising out of the inefficiencies of the national DST, why then ourselves? It's unfortunate we're not informed, but we are not going to forget, when we engage the National Treasury. They will have to explain as to why did they allow such a mess. Because if then money is in KZN and then the spending and planning and everything of the program is done at the national level, it doesn't make sense to me. Why didn't they make it an indirect grant rather than a direct grant? I don't understand. Yabona in the National Treasury uma kuyiqiniso lokho enikushoyo, ilento esofuna thina ke ngoba sabe umuntu sizoyiraise straight ukuthi isikhosela iproblem, ngoba bona bakufanele mangabe i-DSD at the national level wants to run the program, then they should have kept money with them, so that when they fail to deliver, it is not the baby of KZN. So that's what I think we would need to follow up as the Finance Portfolio Committee, honorable member. The third thing that we need to sort out as DSD KZN is this halabaloo around the question of COE. There's this thing. You filled the posts that are not approved. You went beyond the approved post. You are saying something else yourself. I don't know where is the cross line between the provincial treasury and yourselves, you know, because this thing that these were monies that was not the permanent post and whatever, I cannot even understand. But want to tell you honestly, in the grey book, you are being accused that you are filling posts above the posts that were approved by both the OTP and the provincial treasury. So that's what is in the books. So we need to clarify, engage with the provincial treasury. We'll also engage them on the sidelines because it's worrying us. You know, we're getting something that is a bit odd in terms of our own understanding. And also this thing of security services, I think we would need to address it because it's going to cause problems. I wonder what is the AG's audit outcome around it. You know, I so wish that it is October now so that I get the report from the AG so that we focus on that particular thing. But what is important for all of us is that appointment of security services should be in line with the law so that they don't graduate possibly to the irregular expenditure. It could, if you do this thing of month to month and all the stuff. And we don't know personally, I don't have a clear picture on that one. The fifth one, the thing that would love the DSD to address is this thing of chronic underspending on DSD. I don't believe I might be mistaken to be bold and say this. Since I came to the legislature 14 years ago, I don't remember DSD spending its budget in full. Imagine, for 14 years. No, I don't remember. If you did, no, I can't remember which year. It could be once or so. So underspending in DSD is a problem. You know, you will get the former mayor of this gentleman, Honorable Rogers, is so keen. He confronts me directly around issues of spending of the budget because he believes as a province we are grossly underspending. But he's mistaken. I corrected him. I indicated honestly so that we have not gone beyond 2%, which is permissible by the PFMA. But there is that perception. I think they get talks on the sidelines. Department 1, Department 2, Department 3 did not spend its budget in full. It stigmatizes us as the provincial government. The last thing is this thing of the money to be paid back to the National Revenue Fund. Whoever is responsible for that must clear that matter. I don't remember whether it's linked to that one, education or DSD to pay. We are going to find out. It was unfortunate that we didn't get it before engaging with education. You know, would have sought the answers from education. So, colleagues, I think we have come to the end of this engagement. Would like to thank the chairperson of DSD in KZN and the whole portfolio committee. I noticed very late that she has joined together with her team. Honorable Swarpo Ntombela, siyabulela kakhulu nenekazi. We also wanted to thank our Honorable MEC for joining us. We also wanted to thank the HOD of DSD and the whole team for engaging with us. And we also want to thank the Legislature Portfolio Committee on Finance for camping here up to this time on a Friday when you are expected to be Nongoma and the officials of the legislature. So the meeting has come to an end. Thank you very much, all of you. We are all invited, including Honorable MEC, for lunch, and the HOD. Lunch is prepared for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
I wish I was that
Thank
side,
you, sir.
Chairperson. Thank you.